Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are ready to watch day 3 of the Brian Walshe trial happening in Massachusetts. If you missed day 1, it was all about Brian Walshe's police audio interviews, and day 2 was all about his Google searches, so you might want to catch that because my goodness, it was quite something. Welcome everyone, please like and share, and welcome to my moderators, patrons, members, subscribers, any locals in chat? Anyone from Massachusetts here? Let us know. Okay, so I'm so ready for this day. They did say that they would have quite a few witnesses today. That someone from Uber, someone from Lyft, a couple of law enforcement officers. So I'm very excited to see how this is all going to go. Stefan said, now that's a fancy court blazer. Gee, is that so? Thank you so much, Stefan. Is it? I quite like this one, yes. I bought it here in Switzerland. It's nice. Thank you so much. Okay. And sorry, I was like 2 minutes late. Okay, I was making my cauldron of tea for the day. Ah? This is a huge cup. It will probably last me all day. Let's see. Okay. There's no sound yet. Let's just turn it up as well for when there is. And we can actually go forward a little bit. Yes? Okay, we're all caught up. All right. Let's see. Nancy Drewby said, good morning, G and chat. This trial is disgusting. What this man did is horrible. Well, what the man did is disgusting, yes. I don't think the trial's disgusting. I think the trial is on the road to get justice for Anna Walshe. She was only 39 years old when she was last seen on January 1st of 2023, and the state's doing their level best to prove that she was murdered in her home by her husband, Brian Walshe, and dismembered in the basement. Remember, Brian Walshe pleaded guilty on November 18th of 2025 to improper conveyance of a human body and misleading a police investigation. Yeah, I don't know why he did that, honestly. Wow. Stefan said, I just thought someone was walking into G's studio. It was in the courtroom. Who's behind me here? Listen. So, yes, okay. Pebble Drop says, am on time? Yeah, you're on time. Also, who said what? Patrick Lucas, welcome to membership. And thank you for your sticker earlier as well. I really appreciate that. Here's the bailiff, who's very loud as well, but an authoritative, but we like him. There we go. Here's Patrick. Here's your sticker. You said, yo, Grizzly, you've been watching on and off for a while. You always go hard. I love it. Very movie-esque. Is that so? Thank you so much for your support from Australia, it seems. That's an Australian dollar. Welcome to Australians. Damn, what's the time there by you, hey? Wait. Let's go Perth time first. In Perth right now, it's okay, 10:05, decent. So in like Brisbane, Sydney, okay, midnight-ish. All right. Dragonfly Lady said, my biggest fear is that once Brian Walshe is convicted, he can appeal based on ineffective counsel. Well, that's everyone's biggest fear in every trial, right? I think he's got no chance. I mean, he's got some of the best public defense attorneys he can possibly have. So they're very, very experienced. And I just don't see that as a possibility. Of course, it always is, and that's my opinion. I think he's so guilty, in my opinion. Now, if you are a YouTube member, I made you some new emojis today. So look, here's the Uncle Google one. See that one? Here's a nut butt one. Huh? John Kelly, criminal profiler, taught us that word, nut butt. It's like saying dumbass. But maybe in a way YouTube won't mind. Buckle up as well. Okay, we've got new buckle up. There's Brian Walshe. What did he hear that I liked the guy's tie yesterday? We don't like it on you, sir. It's not the same. Trooper Guarino had a beautiful tie on yesterday. We were complimenting it. We don't like it on him. Look at the red handcuffs, my goodness. And there's still no sound, just by the way. So we are live. Why? Because we can be. Normally we like to teleport, deflap. We will do some of that too. You know why? Because I chip in a lot in this case. Because we know things. We have studied this jackass for a while. And I just love it when they're showing every little lie unfolding. Shame, debunking everything he said. Karen Bennett, welcome to membership. Oh my word, he's all smiles. Look at him. That is quite the close-up camera person. Thank you, someone, for a delicious coffee. I really appreciate it. It says someone. That's why I say someone. Thank you so much. Caroline Pulley said, good morning from North Carolina, Grizzlies. Damn, camera person, do we need this close-up? Oh my word. Caroline, thanks for that. Look at this. Yeah, this is, I think we need to get the barf bags out a little bit for this spineless creature. Definitely spineless, right? Zen Jen Art said, take back my criticism of this courtroom. We get lots of fun views of everything. We sure do. I'm so grateful they've got cameras in the courtroom. I was worried it's going to be that horrible Zoom format that they talked about. I'm like, no, we don't want that. We want it like this. We want the camera person there controlling all the things. Oh, sound is on.
You see a question on session in front of the cell phone?
No, the situation of the trial involving right Walshe, you will fulfill note that 2023-0091. Counsel, once again,
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wood.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute. Sorry for the late start.
So the judge and I were twinning with our late starts a little bit. Just a few minutes. I hear a teacup going. Was the judge also making tea like me? That's why I was late. I was making new members emojis. Then I started being like, oh man, I have to get ready so fast. And then I had to still make tea.
All right.
There's his mother. Brian Walsh's mother's right here. Diana Walsh.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walsh home. We agreed on a screenshot. However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walsh home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they need it to serve. Why? Is it too incriminating for Brian Walsh? What did he do with the carpets, with the rugs? We know he went to buy some new ones. So he did something. And Sergeant Schmidt said that he saw trash bags in the basement and he kind of tapped it with his foot and he felt like there was pieces of carpet in it. Oh, probably was part of the trash that he discarded.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would suggest it's not inflammatory. It simply is, what we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Anna without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child falls off. He sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the rug and not one of the children?
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two children are there and they're walking in and out of the frame.
Okay. But there may be just a picture where it's just her and somebody's feet. Why don't you look at that and see? An alternate would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just across the band where the child is most dominant, or alternately, I am sure that somebody well above my my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So just so we understand, the position is to try and keep the children out of it entirely.
I think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it, but I want to do it in the least inflammatory way as possible.
Okay.
And so if there's a better alternative, and I think there might be, but again, I haven't watched it in a while. And by better alternative to me, that's a video, or a still, excuse me, that shows the rug and Anna, and less of, if not
I'll do my
any
best.
children.
I mean, Your Honor, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And
Well,
I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be a giant photograph, particularly, I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross-challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
well, said this, and I'll say it a couple of times. The Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, or present their case as they wish. And having this visual of her on the rug has an impact. I would like to make it more neutral without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking about things that you should work on, Madam Clerk, that back. I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, well, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the most classic is where there's a comment by Anna after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence. But there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise, and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right. And then the defense can argue with regard to that, but I think there's some pretty classic state of mind evidence embedded in those texts. And it also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case. What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walshe made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not seeing. And by that I mean trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th, or twice on the 7th, and once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Anna sending a text message to William Fasto to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fasto text messages that was sent at 10:07. His memory was good. The kid went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements that he knew that Anna sent that to Will Fasto that night. So it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable inferences that could be drawn from those statements of the defendant. One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That is, if Anna were having an affair, and she was, with William Fasto, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending? The other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said, I'm getting her messages. And so you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence. But as an evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. It's it's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant. All right, the other things I want to talk about. I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And many times yesterday I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it, and I understand why you're not asking for it, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches. And that the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately, I don't mean it in any pejorative way.
Thank you.
To say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. It seems to me that as soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police, or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging. And your version of when that becomes apparent and when mine might be different. So raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting. But I would wonder, before you gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to look at it. Why don't you come over here? It's just this.
I wasn't going to go fancy. Okay. So, yeah, the defense opened with that he lied to the police. They admitted that. He's so guilty, oh my word. Look at him. Kelly Charbonneau said, just wanted to give a big shout out from Canada, is that Canada right, to Gisela, and her wonderful mods, best channel to watch. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for being a member for 28 months. And thank you to Kelly D for spoiling me and the mods with coffees. Really appreciate that. No rosary today. He only had a rosary wrapped around his right hand on day 1. And he made sure that the jury would see that. And then I think his defense attorneys read our chats and realized this is not a good idea. We're all watching you, bro. Don't try to manipulate the jury. You're not allowed to do that. Okay. Let's see. Midwest Mama said, this is an incredible judge. Yeah, she's really amazing. So professional, so punctual. Runs a tight ship. We like that. My chérie, à moi, chérie. Huh? So love the judge. Same. SJLD Film said, I guess we need to see Brian's nose hairs. Do we though? Stefan said, consciousness of guilt is a legal concept referring to circumstantial evidence that suggests the defendant is aware that they are guilty and is acting based on that awareness. Yeah, I agree. Bam X says, Judge is a grizzly. I think so, yes. Margaret says, looks like somebody woke up late today with the egg's nest in his hair. At least you said his, otherwise is it me? Was that me? I think you can hear us. Rocker says, frankly, I wouldn't be able to try to defend a jackass like this one, let alone being all smiles with him. Yeah, I get the smiles, but I mean, of course, the defense attorneys are defending everybody's right to a fair trial, defending the Constitution. They're doing their job, right? They got a role to play. They got to make sure the state proves their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't have any doubt, me personally. I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to deliberate. I'll be the foreperson. I was voted the foreperson, okay, thank you. On day 1 and 2. And yeah, I think we're ready to vote on this one. I'm voting guilty. Kristen Tyler said, I finally caught you live. Good morning, Grizzlies. Thank you for being here and thanks for being a member for 3 months. Okay. That lady's taking a lot of notes. What are we writing? Probably just not to look at him. Sharon said, I heard a couple of people who are actually in person at the trial say he wore the rosary around his wrist but underneath his jacket yesterday. Yeah, I think the concealing of it is my point. So that now he's been told, don't do that. Don't be stunting here at your own trial. Behave yourself. Grace Kirk says, gee, I love your snark. Oh, thank you so much. Now, if you missed anything from day 1 and 2, if this is your first time watching here, welcome. My name is Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime. I'm from South Africa and I live in Switzerland. And with Mr. Grizzly, Raphael, and the 3 cats, Fury, Willow, and Pepper. And if you missed day 1 and 2, everything's time-stamped for you. So you can just go to the pinned comment so it's easy to find. You can also find it in the description box or just hover over the video. And you'll find all the key moments throughout the day. Alissa Henry says, no better place on YouTube to be than here with my Grizzly family. Thank you, Grizzly, for your integrity and compassion and to the best mods on YouTube. And then you said, let's get to that guilty verdict. Yeah, we're ready now. Thank you, Alissa, for being a member for 28 months. Coraline Dexter said, I just love you and your mods. Your commentary is professional and snarky. Love it. Thank you so much. I'm fluent in snark. People always ask what languages I speak. English, British, Australian, Canadian in the English-speaking parts, American, and snark, and animal. I could speak to animals too. Denise said, I'm surprised he's allowed a rosary. I think he's allowed to. I think it would be his right, but just don't flash it around trying to manipulate the jury. Look, he's twiddling his thumbs, everyone. Just like he was on January 1st, thinking about what to Google next. He literally Googled how to dispose of a phone. How to dispose of a laptop. Really? You had to Google that? Should I throw my crime scene clothes away or wash them? Yeah, he Googled that.
Morning.
We have a court sniffer. There's always a court cougher, right? Look at him. Oh, my word. Yeah, look over your shoulder. We're behind you, Brian Walshe. All the Grizzlies. The whole courtroom is filled with virtual Grizzlies, and we're watching you. You feel that? We're watching you. A sugar baby, thanks for being a member for 7 months. And Stefan said, love the new emojis. Nice, Stefan. Thanks for being a member for 50 months. Holy crap. You've been here from the beginning. Look there. Snark. Stop it. Guilty. Sus. And then true. True. That's from the Matthew Paul trial, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, put the camera back on him. Nodding his head as if he's about to go for a colonoscopy. Kind of is, he kind of is. Yes, I understand. Okay, is that what's going to happen? Yeah. Get ready for day 3, Brian Walshe.
Go, Counsel, can I just see you for one more second? There's something else I do want to say.
Pray hard, Brian Walshe. It's not going to help you, though. Zen Jenard said defense attorney has a cute little updo. Cindy said, love the different pictures you use each day. This one, a Grizzly cat found this one and edited it so beautifully. So this is the one we have today. Let me show it to you big so we can actually just put this over Brian Walshe. Look how beautiful Anna Walshe was. My goodness. Shame. A mother of 3. And those poor children. They're in state custody, you know? They were aged 2, 4, and 6 at the time. In January of 2023. So just add 2 years to each, right? So 4, 6, and 8. Just a crazy Jen. So thank you, G, and mods and chat for always being a highlight of my days. I got mistaken for a lawyer the other day by a New York State investigator, thanks to you. Is that so? Well, that sounds awesome. Why? In what context? Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. Holly said, notice he has no wedding ring. We were all asking yesterday, so there we go. Good spotting, Holly. I don't see it. He really shouldn't. That would be so inappropriate. To think what these hands did. Oh, my word. If you don't know, he's accused of murdering his wife, Anna Walshe. His theory is that she died in the bed while he was cleaning the kitchen. And then he panicked. He didn't know what to do, so he decided to dismember her body. And then go to several dumpsters all over Massachusetts, especially around his mother's house. But also he went southwest from his house. He went around his house, went towards his mother's house. All of that. And threw his wife away, piece by piece. So that's why I say, so he's pleaded guilty to that, dismembering his wife and misleading a police investigation. But to think what those hands have done is scary, right? He's looking very nervous today. His body language is giving off nervous energy. And I will not offer him any of my rescue remedy. He should be nervous. Punkographer, did I say, I don't know if I said it right. You said guilty is the fact that he pled guilty to the lesser charges going to be available for the jury, or is that considered prior bad acts? I don't know. I don't know if they're aware of that. I don't think so, based on what we've watched together so far, right? But I mean, the defense attorney in opening statement said, yes, he lied to the police. And also, you know, like, yes, they know that he dismembered Anna now, right? Gerda said, I actually asked my husband what he would do. Looked at me like I'm crazy and said, call the ambulance and do CPR. Thank you, someone, for buying the mods 5 coffees. Right? Who in the hell would think, except a criminal like him with a criminal past, fraud and all those sorts of things, who would think, oh my goodness, what are my children going to think? So instead of your wife and their mother dying naturally, sudden unexplained death, you think it's better to try to explain to the children that, oh, she's missing. Your mother ran away, boys. She's just gone. That's not better. Dismemberment is also just like never a thought. Like, who goes there? He's like, what do I do? I'm panicking. She has died in the bed, according to their theory. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is dismember her. Just get rid of everything. Really? And then the defense wants us to believe that they were so in love that Brian loved his wife. Yeah, that's not love, okay? Heaven Rain said, here's to the best YouTuber in the biz. Thank you so much for being a member for 49 months. Oh my goodness. Got some OGs in the house, original Grizzlies. Okay. Kerry says the guilty counts is exactly why they're inferring guilt, since he's guilty of those aspects yeah, of course, at the very least. Yolandi Halson said those who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. Pixie Dust says, Gisela, you look beautiful. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. LJ3075 says, I can't believe he searched for what to do with body parts after murdering someone. I mean, I can't believe anything he searched. And why do we have to hear about his corn searches? We don't want to know. If you missed that, that happened yesterday. Crystal May said he should look nervous. L. Wop. Life without parole. That's what he's facing if convicted. Is that love snarky Grizzlies? Right? Yeah, snarky Grizzlies. Are we there yet? Can we go forward? A few seconds forward. Oh, okay, all caught up. I like that, Pernille. You said disrespectful comments towards Gisela will result in a timeout. Who's being naughty? Let's have a look. Did someone say I talk too much? Like, shame. No, let me just hold back my snark. Shame. They don't understand this is a commentary channel. Oh, shame, you guys. Shame. Okay, here we go. This attorney's also got beautiful hair, hey? Are we ready? Are we so ready? Double buckles from Walmart. Here we go. Carol Pierce, welcome. Everybody stand, please. Jury's coming in. I hope. Again, I'm not adjusting the contrast of the camera view. The camera person does that from time to time. If you just see it like fading in and out a little bit.
Good morning.
Here. All persons identified to the Honorable Justice Manning for giving justice. No superior court. Try near give your attention, you shall be heard. Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts, and Son of Court, please be seated to determine the cell phone.
Let's quickly pause and say thank you to Southern Cali B. You said, leave our Gisela alone. It's okay. People can snark. I just think they're being dumbass. If they don't want commentary, go watch on the Raw Court feed. Literally. You know, you can even see on the screen where to get it. Court TV. Yeah, go watch there. Okay? If you want commentary and snark, that's what people are here for. So thank you for being here. All right. If you found your place, welcome here. Are you ready to snark it up today? Here we go. Well, let's see what evidence they present. I'm really looking forward to seeing the surveillance, hey? Oh man, it's going to be so sinister. Like this guy with the shady shopping. Can you imagine when they show us that and the dumpster and his behavior? Like the visual of that. Oh my goodness. Patrick Lucas said, yo, Grizzly, I can't gift memberships. Boo, YouTube. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Good morning, jurors, and welcome back. Jurors, will start today with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and that you not go on any news media? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about the case?
I shouldn't be nodding.
And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case?
No, I wasn't. I'm guilty. I told Mr. Grizzly all about it. And the cats.
You all still have open minds. Those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. We can have the witness back on the stand. Trooper Guarino.
Trooper Guarino, back on the stand. Digital forensics expert.
Morning.
Guarino. Like that.
Just, Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
More Google searches?
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just a couple of recaps here. That binder that's been marked as Exhibit 79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records, as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and the second one from the carved, but they're the same record. So it'd be about, what, 1,800-ish, realistically.
I don't understand your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then this record number 2 shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder that's been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records.
Yes.
And it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't up here with me now.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved 2 separate extractions.
Same extraction, but 2 different versions of the software, yes.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled, yes.
In any event, it's clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the iPad Mini were not conducted on the iPad.
Yes, that is correct.
That you used the term sync yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sync in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the gray MacBook.
That is correct.
And when we say sync, and when you say sync, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad Mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about.
That's correct, yes.
Let's just say it in case the camera person or whoever's controlling the audio doesn't know. Somebody's stirring tea up in that courtroom. It's not me, okay? I'm on mute. Whoever's stirring that teaspoon around in a cup, we can hear you. And we don't mind if you're serving hot tea, but just know we can hear it, okay?
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records, it doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database, so.
And you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, our ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, and let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing to indicate to them out of those 3,677 quote records which one is duplicative and which one is not.
Well, I just testified to it now and also on direct, and it also shows in the book the same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records. I don't have a paper written report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
You don't have a what?
Paper written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
I'm really not trying anything. I'm just asking you that if someone were to look at those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record 1 or record 2. It says nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
You can answer.
I don't fully understand. So you're asking if there's something that says that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
By the same date and time stamp on the record, and as I explained, the parse and carve, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is.
Okay.
If that's what you mean.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes.
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own, with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
When they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device that determines a redirect. It is not the user.
That is correct.
And you don't have anything in this 3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79 what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many, quote, redirects occurred or occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. You would agree that with regards to Exhibit 79, that there was no activity on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
On what day?
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52 there was some searches, but I don't know if there was anything in that time frame in between.
What, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
Yep.
Counsel, can I see this side of the bench?
Damn, we've started off quite snippy, as someone said. Defense attorneys ready to go this early, being snippy. Let's go forward a few minutes. We're like 1 minute behind, so go forward there. Okay. All caught up. Oh, Suitagers says we could do better with likes. Hit that button. Right? Otherwise, I'm not even a B- performer on YouTube. YouTube says, look, man, there were like 5,000 people there yesterday and only like half of them actually liked it. So you suck. That's what YouTube tells me behind the scenes. So please like it, okay? Try to get my report card up over here.
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then the following record is 1948 at 4:52 a.m.
Yesterday, you testified that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, references to William Fastow within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't. Trooper Guarino, if I represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fastow within these 3,677 records, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like I said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that your examination of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Anna Walsh's iMessages?
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
What record number you said? 2055?
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is what is disposal of dead bodies?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
That's correct.
And that query occurred at 6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page, stay on that same page, page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
It occurred at 6:36:22,
Yes.
and it regards body disposal options.
Yes.
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
Turning to the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The search query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
That's correct.
Page 557, record number 2061.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:33,
Yes.
and it's a query of above-ground burial options, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
Yes, that's correct.
There were some references to murder in some of Brian Walsh's other searches, so keep that in mind based on what I'm about to say. Why in the hell would Brian Walsh on January 1st be Googling about murder when he had allegedly already just murdered his wife? Why would he, after the alleged murder, why would he then be searching murder? He's now looking to get rid of his wife's body in the worst way possible. Like, my goodness. Did he call 911? No. An ambulance? No. Based on his theory of she just suddenly died in the bed. Okay. So there's no reference to murder. Just the dismemberment then, hey? Just the disposal of a human body? Should I wash my crime scene clothes or throw them away? I guess he threw them away because then he went to TJ Maxx and bought a whole bunch of outfits for himself. Like, my goodness. Okay. So let's keep going. Wait. Somebody said, also one that I just paused it here. Someone said that we need to get the hype button. It's not available to YouTubers based in Switzerland. That's why I don't have the hype button. There's often new features on YouTube that first get rolled out to America, then other countries. And I don't have it yet, okay? But when I have it, I hope, however it works, because I've not seen it, you will use it. For now, you can like. Thank you so much.
Yesterday, you did testify to some search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
Okay, 4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596, record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't memorized all of these, as you can tell. But
I know you're looking.
But what record number you said?
Okay, page 596, record 2185.
Yes, I have that here. I
And
see
that,
it.
okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I cut you
I
off.
was just going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the word murder in it prior to this one.
Please let the redirect. Maybe type this in chat if, in case the state's watching, but I'm sure they'll know, right? Please do ask, was there a search for what to do if I found my wife dead in the bed? Should I call an ambulance or 911? How to call 911 if my wife has suddenly died? Were there any such searches? None of those were made, right? Which is interesting. That would just help to mention.
Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit of them.
Well, if I represented to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185, would you agree with me?
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after these searches began.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
That's correct.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79, where first a query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for something. I can just say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. But I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
You testified yesterday, and I'm going to give you a cite, page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Yep, sorry.
Page 694, record 2507.
Okay.
And that has to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct? It's fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices, all made by Apple, were first turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
No, that's not true.
You would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Yes, certain devices were.
And when those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no evidence that any of the hard drives had been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was
given-
there any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th had been tampered with?
They don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types. They're soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with.
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walshe on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And additional devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized on January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one question. We'll do it that way. Physically?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to the devices, are you talking about the one iPad mini that was cracked?
Yeah, well, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices?
No, that's correct.
Yesterday, you testified with regards to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
All right, I have 888. Which one?
Record 3127.
Okay.
That search occurred on January 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes, it's 7:30 p.m.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
That's correct.
And you're unaware that any other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of?
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices?
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
Yep, I have it.
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walshe was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walshe was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
In any event, in all of the devices that you did in fact forensically exam, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keefe.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
Okay. But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Celebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion occurred.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, and in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
Yesterday, you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically, the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you. What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you.
Can you believe we're already been live streaming for 1 hour and 2 minutes? Why do I say that? Because it means I gotta get up and do my 20 squats or go jump on the trampoline or whatever, you know? Gotta do a little exercise. I'll be right back. Taking you with me.
All right, I have it.
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1026, found at page 279.
Okay. Yep, I have it.
And it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview accounts. There's another one that shows a dashboard authorization, when he signed out.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or...
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page 906, record 3195. Are you there yet?
No, you got me going from one end to the other.
Do one 3195?
3195?
Okay. 3195. Okay, have it.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
That's correct.
Occurred at 3:58:26 p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
Okay.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
He's already logged, well, he's logged in from earlier, so it's the same login.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906-3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through, oh, I see the date change. Yep, it goes all the preceding ones are also Chase, from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day, on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
So what you saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page 948 at record 3362.
You know how yesterday and probably the day before I was saying the defense brings up things that kind of plant seeds in the jurors' minds, which is not a good thing. Meaning you're the one bringing up all these issues, like did he search for murder or not? I mean, we're really focused on the searches here now, hey? We have been all along. I'm just saying, like, oh my word. So one of the things is this Chase bank account. Like, did he look at it or not? What was he doing with it? Okay, let's go back to what he Googled, which was... Wait, at what time was that? At like 6:24 a.m. on January 1st of 2023, he said, how long for someone to be missing to be dead? And how long for someone to be missing to inherit? So I don't care if Brian Walshe looked at the Chase bank account or not. He was already looking hours after his wife was allegedly murdered. And before he dismembered her, how to inherit? What could he inherit? How could he gain from her death? Like, what the hell? So, yeah, no, is this having any impact on you at all? Is it changing your mind? Is he innocent? Huh? I don't like it. Less is more.
Okay.
That involves a login to a Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
So there are multiple logins involving financial institutions within that MacBook data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between 12/25/2022 and January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or I go through and hand count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
That's correct.
And of course, you didn't examine any data on the MacBook prior to December 25th, 2022, so you have no idea how many times Mr. Walshe or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
I want to focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
Shame. He really has to work that binder just to like, he's like struggling to just even move it. It's such a big ass binder of all of Brian Walshe's incriminating internet searches. And he thought he was so smart using Google, Bing, Safari, Yahoo, everything else he possibly could, right? My goodness.
All right. Okay.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That was a Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029? Yes.
And that occurred, once again, on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
That search and those results had to do with Porsches, didn't they?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says 911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale in Cohasset, didn't it?
I don't know. I can look. Oh, I see it. Yep.
That's a yes?
Car Gurus, yes.
Okay. That search that I just asked you about, that occurred on 12/27, that search happened right after those chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Porsche search at 279, 280, and the other searches thereafter, they occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. I just went back, I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
That is a search that occurred on 12/27, once again, and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
I have 82308, but yep.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to go forward to record 870 and ask you to look at those records that run from 863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
And one of the specific queries is a 4-carat diamond, correct?
Yes.
And there's a specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
These searches that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Talking about...
I mean, he could have been looking up a diamond ring to figure out the value of Anna's ring at the time or something. When Brian Walshe's father died, he went to his house and stole everything he possibly could from him. Art, jewelry. And he sustained his lavish lifestyle by selling off all of that, his father's belongings, and saying that he's the executor of the will, which he wasn't. That was fraudulent, until other family members stepped in. And no wonder his father had disinherited him. You know? So who gives a crap what he's looking up? He's a complete fraudster. He's sitting at home with an ankle monitor on, facing all these federal fraud charges for the art fraud. Now, he's allegedly committed murder. And if not, if the defense's theory is that Anna just died in her sleep, okay, now he's going to dismember her. But they're talking about December 27th here. Okay, I think that Anna Walshe was in DC at the time. Right? And December 27th. She was in DC at the time. And they told us earlier about a text about her feeling unwell and Brian texting her and saying that I'll send you a plunger, and she said, forget the plunger, just buy me a Porsche. So that could be why the Porsche comes up. But the guy, wow, he's the definition of living beyond your means. He didn't have any means. He had no means. In fact, he was about to owe 400 and, what was the exact amount there, Grizzlies? Over $400,000 in restitution. So it doesn't matter what he's looking at. If it's Porsches and diamond rings, he didn't love her, okay? You do not dismember someone that you love and then throw them away in the trash. You do not do that. You do not try to inherit the properties they have and everything they have when you would just dispose of them in the trash or just hours after they died. Come on, come on. Anyway, I know the defense attorney has a job to do. I totally understand that. I also have a job to do, and I'm sharing my opinion as part of that. I don't like it.
About those divorce searches now. The divorce searches that occurred on 12/27. They start, actually, with a search at page 240, record 887. And the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
Yes?
Katie Holmes is an actress. Do you know?
Yes.
And so that is the first search that appears on 12/27 that includes the term divorce, correct?
Let's see. I believe so.
And then there's the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
But see, the defense's theory was that they were so in love and there was nothing wrong in the relationship. The strain was just that they were apart. That's also because Brian Walshe said that to the police, right? Well, that makes no sense if he's looking up divorce and what's the best state to divorce for a man, which tells us that he had a hunch. And it takes a lot for him to have a hunch. Yeah, he's pretty literal based on his Google searches, right? Like, should I throw away my crime scene clothes or wash them? Ah, okay, wow, you really had to look hard to dispose of a phone. But he's looking up divorce, which tells us he had a hunch that Anna was leaving him. You know, she was done with this loser. This guy was going to jail, prison, and he was sentenced in February 2024 to 37 months in prison. I think that was her cue to be like, I'm out, you know, like probably couldn't wait. And she had a home in DC. She already had the kids' stuff there. She wanted to move the kids to DC, and she already had a new man there by Brian Walshe. And we know in domestic violence relationships, most dangerous time is when the victim wants to leave. Why do I say domestic violence? There are signs of that from her past, based on Instagram posts she made with her eye all bruised and cut, and they're saying, oh, I fell at work. Okay, but there's also police reports where she said that her boyfriend threatened to kill her and a friend of hers. Okay, and she was dating Brian Walshe at the time, so, you know, I think that's pretty much what it is, which is just odd that instead of avoiding the topic, the defense like harps on it. You know, that's like they're trying to prove so hard that it wasn't the motive. I think it totally was. I think he did find out, like he had confirmation of the affair, and I think he knew, oh my word, she's gonna leave me. And he wasn't gonna let that happen, you know what I mean? That's my theory anyway.
Is that the question? Did I
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them yesterday when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if they ran from 8:33 to 8:54, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's 21 minutes of looking at divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, and over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
And these divorce searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
Yes.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Yes.
So on 12/27, that extracted data from the MacBook shows it all right around the same time. There was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 12/25 up to and including up to the 12/27 divorce searches you told us about.
Not that I saw.
Danielle says, plus his mommy hired a PIG. A pig. Isn't that Brian Walsh? Yes, his mommy hired a PI. Also around that same time, you know, that December 27th of 2022 time. Yeah, and she came home, I think it was on December 30th of 2022 for New Year's. And she was killed, that's the state's theory. According to the state, she was murdered early morning hours, January 1st of 2023. How do they know? Because her friend was there for New Year's Eve, celebrating with Anna and Brian, and the friend, Jem Mutlu, left between 1 and 1:30 a.m. And then by 4:58 a.m., Brian Walsh was already internet searching, Googling, how long does it take for a dead body to smell? Yeah. So it's like in that window, something terrible happened.
It's fair to characterize these searches that you testified to yesterday that they began at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame for all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and how short some of these searches went from one search query to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And there are searches that include searches of what detergent to use to clean up, correct?
Clean up what?
Clean up a wood floor, You recall that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah. I remember having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you sit here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay. All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay. And on January 3rd, there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body, isn't there?
Yes.
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, they don't even begin until January 3rd, do they? If you know, if you don't, that's fine.
I thought on the 1st there was one, how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
But not how to, that's correct,
Yeah,
but
but
not how to
not-
clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling? Dead
But not
bodies.
how to mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
I don't think one can argue one's way out of those
You're not seeing
searches.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the.
Those searches are so bad. I mean, wow. Okay, the defense is really trying hard. But how could one ever justify dismembering someone? That's just never going to be like the normal thing to do. It's never going to be common sense. Definitely not the first thing that most people do. Also not the last thing that most people would do. Just Brian Walshe and people like him, right? So like these searches and the hyper focus on it, it's the burden is on the state to prove the case. The defense doesn't have to work this hard to do what? Are you muddying the waters? No. No. The waters are already swampy enough with Brian Walsh's filth. You can't like unsee it, you know what I mean? No matter how hard he tries, you can't unsee it. Shame.
The beginning ones that I already talked about.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Very, very briefly.
79.
If we could just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171. If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
Yep. It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trooper, you talked about on cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walshe. Did you receive the MacBook?
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
Look at Brian Walshe. He looks a little bit hopeful today. He looks like a dog that's watching the Christmas dinner table. Am I going to get something, huh? Might get something, Feeling optimistic, Brian Walshe? Why? Why do you feel so optimistic? Just wait till they bring out the surveillance of you doing all that shady shopping, for hacksaws and hatchets and buckets and, wow, all sorts of things, and in large quantities as well. Yeah, okay. I do hope the state points out that he did not Google how to call 911. And before anyone says, why would he Google how to call 911 when you could just dial 911? He will Google it, okay? He's that kind of guy. How to get faucet out of the water. Oh, okay. You turn it on? Oh, okay. How to make toast. He's going to be that guy based on his Google searches. He searches the most obvious things, okay?
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for a traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
One moment. Thank you.
Any recross?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Ta-ta, Trooper Guarino. William Ford. I'm just repeating what here on the hot mic. William Ford, is that so? Uber person? Who did what? Goldie just supported the mods with 6 delicious coffees. You said props to the backstage crew. Thank you so much, Goldie, for buying the mods a coffee each. That's amazing. You guys get a full cappuccino today. Thank you, Goldie.
Health may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
William, okay. How about a William Fasto? Would like to see him take the stand? That's going to be tomorrow, Grizzlies. They said on Thursday, hey? So day 4, the guy that Anna was having an affair with will take the stand. And then please, can the camera person show us Brian Walshe's face during that as well? Just pan. Right? Jean Marie, thanks for being a member for 6 months.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you speak to cause now knowledge.
Step right up here, sir. Just watch step. Sir. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
With U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
Are you familiar, as a result, with a system known as TECS, T-E-C-S?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So TECS is a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in TECS generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System. It's a system used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with TECS?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to TECS within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
And what would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States need to give in order to have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now, what happens if someone has dual citizenship and has 2 passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from Tex that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A 2-page text document having the name Anna Walshe.
Is it from one of these two systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
All right, the 2 pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82? It's okay. We're literally on the same page. So, Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to walk us through this document. The date at the top left-hand corner in time, what is that, sir?
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date to, start and encounter end date. What are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 for pertaining to Anna Walshe.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there's 2 lines of entry with Anna Walsh's name. Can you walk us through what those 2 lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Anna Walshe departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022, and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that bottom line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
And now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data, right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far as what the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland. FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport. And IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And, sir, other than those 2 entries, were there any other records of Anna Walshe traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
So that was the trip that Anna Walshe took to Dublin, Ireland with her new man, William Festo. And then from there, she went on to Belgrade, Serbia to visit her mom, who was sick. And then she came back. So that was, November 23rd of 2022 over the Thanksgiving period. She came back on December 7th of 2022. Tom Hartley said, out for my run. Snark fiercely, G. Stefan, coach. We will continue to snark fiercely. I do like it if you take us with on your run. So well done for doing that, staying fit and healthy. And yeah, everybody snark on.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley.
Oh, any cross?
Any cross?
Oh, there's some.
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Reardon.
That was quick.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
Right this way, sir. Step right in.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, Reardon.
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been, you say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
About 18 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About 3 years.
And how long have you been a canine handler?
About 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog is Einstein?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of...
And do you have a picture of Einstein? And may we see that, sir? Exhibit what now? Einstein? Good. Sergeant Patrick Reardon, canine handler. Yes, okay. And that is so cute. The canine's dog's name is Einstein. Oh, man.
Training did he go into to be able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local sheriff's office. And from there we do a twice-a-month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 5th of 2023. Did you...
That's nice, but we'd like to pause now. I'm so sorry about that, but you won't be sorry because I know you love this. Hold on. I looked up K9. Einstein. Okay, wait. We must pause. This is an important matter, Grizzly. Look, Cohasset Police Department, Cohasset, Massachusetts. Our K9 Einstein is never an easy subject to photograph. He never stops moving or investigating. After several times, we were able to get a usable... See, this is why I say Pepper, our cat, she's a K9 cadaver cat. And so, because she never stops moving either. She's colored the same way as a Belgian Malinois. But anyway, so this Einstein is a Belgian Malinois, they said. After several tries, we were able to get a usable photo. And Officer Reardon to include in our thank you cards to Massachusetts Vesta Dog and the Cohasset Working Dog Foundation. Both non-profits provided funding to upfit Einstein's new mobile lair with heat alarms, a kennel, a mobile lair. That is so cute, I'm over it. And other canine safety equipment. Thank you so much. Stop it. Look at it. Wait, we want to make it bigger. Yeah. Full screen, please. Oh my word, it's too much. That's too cute. Look at Einstein. Sorry, if you're not like such an animal lover like me. I'm sure you are though. Most of you are. I'm just like, look at him. Oh my word. That is adorable. Shame. Look at him. He's a good boy. Okay. Definitely going to be downloading those pictures. Okay, hold on. Now we're going to go back to the feed. Don't worry. Back to the testimony, everybody. Here we go.
Did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front left side, and the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now, sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from exhibits 83 to 89, and if I could publish the first of those, exhibit 83.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
We have our own exhibit to be looking at. It's too much. I just can't stop looking at it. It's so cute, oh my word. Okay, so I'll take this off now, and now we will concentrate.
Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
Is that the general area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back from Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And just generally looking at exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, could we have, just a little bit out of order, exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how was it behaving?
It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing during this?
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
And could we have exhibit 87?
Shame. So Hans, the German Shepherd, met, sort of, Einstein.
Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have exhibit 88? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home, towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you do that area search with Einstein?
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross,
No questions.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Tom Menino.
Oh, shame. Marcy says in this case, good boy Hans was just trying to tell what happened. Right?
Right this way. There you go.
Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Thomas Menino, M-E-N-I-N-O.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any issues
I
with
apologize, Judge, I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness, this is a really large courtroom. Lean right into that
sorry.
microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline and that we, just have a record for them.
Thank you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Anna Walshe with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983, that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2?
9-2.
Presumably, we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right, so 92 are the records from JetBlue. They're marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
Thank you,
You may.
Greg, for the
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menino, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on 12/25/22, could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Okay.
Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walshe took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, S-T-A-T, it says RFND.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know? Did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was a refunded ticket.
Okay. And when was that flight purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27. Did Ms. Walshe have a flight on 12/27/22?
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was from Boston to Reagan National Airport,
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was that flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022,
And where can you see that?
where it says issued.
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/30/22?
Yes, she did.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
December 20th of 2022.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah, so it's created, that's when the ticket was created, was that date, and it was issued, the ticket was issued on the second date. So, yeah, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
And then it was issued?
Yes.
Okay. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that, thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's correct.
And from where to where?
From Boston to Reagan.
And what time?
That would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down now.
No, that says it was no-show, so that meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no-show?
So refund is you can cancel your ticket prior to your flight and get your money back. No-show means you just don't show up for the flight.
So, one thing I gather from this is that how Brian Walsh got the idea that Anna must have left the house? He said between 6 and 7. Of course, on January 1st of 2023, because she had this work emergency, she was supposed to fly at 6 a.m. on January 3rd of 2023 back to DC. So, he's saying, well, she left on January 1st between 6 and 7 a.m. If her flight was going to be around that morning time, yeah, she probably would have left more at like 5. But anyway, I think that's probably why he just went with that time. Because it was a complete lie. Of course, she didn't leave the house. There was no Uber, no Lyft, no flight, no surveillance. That's why the state believes she was murdered in the house and dismembered in the house. Right? Okay, so we can see that the flight on January 3rd was a no-show because she was no longer with us.
And looking at the next document, please. Was there a flight reservation for January 13th of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please. And and where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP2. Hold on, let's make sure I get the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP1. It's the lower one.
Thank you. And going back up, when was that?
That was created on November 5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for 116 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan.
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased? Going
That's
up, please.
November 5th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record so we could see that, please?
A little bit more.
Go up, please. Thank you. And going to the next document, please. And looking at this document, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston,
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show for that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Boston to Reagan International Airport,
And what time?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No-show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Menino?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for, it looks, December 23rd, 2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th, 2022, and January 1st, 2023.
And so that shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled?
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this would show the the December 25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why is he looking so excited? Look at Brian Walsh. He doesn't know how to read the room.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Greg Lawrence.
Please also affirm testimony is given now here.
Ether Bunny One said, if it's necessary to establish premeditation, I don't think the searchers did that. I personally think he had motives, but proving premeditation is a hurdle for the state. And that's what I think makes this case quite interesting. Even though, in my opinion, he's guilty, but it's about what the jury's heard, the evidence they've heard so far. We're only on day 3, but that is a hurdle for the state. That's why everybody was wondering, are they going to offer him a plea deal? Like to plead guilty to second-degree murder? Get a lesser sentence than life without parole? They didn't do that after he pleaded guilty to the 2 other charges, so here we are at a first-degree murder trial. I think so far the state is doing very well, you know. But it is a hurdle because they don't have Anna's body. They never found her body. Because Brian Walsh dismembered her and disposed of her in the trash, and then most of that trash was incinerated. Of the trash they could get that wasn't incinerated, they found her clothing items and a hacksaw with her DNA on it, like blood and tissue. They also found a damaged knife in the basement with blood on it. So there's that evidence. But, yeah, it's not just a slam dunk for the state. I think proving the premeditation could be a little bit challenging, right? Thank you so much for your sticker. Okay, so they said, I'm just going to check the spelling of his name, but Greg Lowrance is taking the stand.
Stay right there.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled Lowrance.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
I was working as a patrol officer.
In what shift were you working on January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift.
And how were you dressed for that shift?
Regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want. Now, what was the purpose, what was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walshe.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing persons report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace, and they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the D.C. area.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so he can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lawrence, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walshe.
Do you recognize Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank you. What did the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Anna Walshe.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Anna Walshe lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say what her car was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And well, why is the cell phone number important for you?
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617.
Gonna mute this. YouTube doesn't like
And
it.
did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walshe was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Cohasset Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
I keep shaking my head because it's like Brian Walshe did not report his wife, Anna, missing. Her work did. And then when the police arrive at the house for a welfare check, he's like, oh, hey, I'd like to report my wife missing. It's like he told himself, oh, man, if the police arrive, if somebody else reports her missing, what I'm going to do is report her missing. I mean, wow. Okay, I wish that interaction was recorded. That would be interesting. It wasn't.
And at some point, did you go back to the house that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with the, Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any cross?
Two questions. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down.
Okay, well, Cross was so fast I couldn't even type Cross. Cross, defense asked. So quick. Now, what are you writing, Brian Walshe? What is going on here? Taking some notes, are we? Just flapping papers, really. Worried, huh? Should be. Yeah, you're screwed. Yes, he agrees. Okay. So, I think I could actually go a little forward here.
All rise for the court, please. Close your
Oh boy.
notebooks.
Close your notebooks.
Either or.
Okay, guys. Deep breaths. coffee break. We're going to teleport over it. But we'll probably have like 5 minutes to just chat about what we just heard. Oh my goodness, like Brian Walshe. I understand that the state has to prove first degree, which is premeditated murder. But even if they could prove it took a second, you know, because premeditation could be seconds. It doesn't have to be months of planning or years of planning or a week of planning. It could just be that he found out about the affair. Maybe he saw a message. Maybe there's something I don't know. We'll have to see what evidence they still present, right? Yeah, Stefan says, Brian is writing, Dear Katie Holmes. He was reminded of that through the testimony today.
That's actually easy.
Anyone need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Until when? Did they say? Did they say? Look at him. He's standing there like a good boy. Here I am. Okay. Now, couldn't Karen less said, I love when she gives us the lowdown on what I might have missed. You missed a painfully drawn-out cross-examination of Trooper Guarino today about the Google searches. Continued on from yesterday. And then, so far, today we've seen... Okay, bye-bye. Have your tea from the faucet water. Okay. And then, wait, let's make it look pretty. There you go. We saw William Foley, Patrick Reardon, the canine handler, Patrick Reardon, Thomas Menino, and Gregory Lawrance. So that's actually quite a few. Wait, there's Trooper Guarino and then Trooper Guarino and then 1, 2, 3, 4 witnesses. Yeah, they're doing quite well today. Heather, whatever, thank you for your sticker. You said thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now let me quickly refresh the feed to see if we all caught up or not. Wait. Okay, they're not quite back yet. They're not quite back yet. They should be back soon. The judge is so punctual. Love that. That's why we can also start on time. Because see, when we chip in a little bit and so it does add time. So we were able to skip ahead now 20 minutes and these breaks are normally 20 to 25 minutes. So they really should be back any moment now. While we wait, in fact, I want to show you this as well. Hold on. So probably when I want to show you something, they're going to come back, isn't it? That's how it normally works. Here's another article of Einstein with Officer Reardon. And this says, let's take the frame away. Officer Reardon introduces Rotary Club to new canine partner Einstein. Officer Reardon and new canine partner Einstein visited the Cohasset Rotary Club on Monday to introduce Cohasset's newest working police dog, an 11-month-old Belgian Malinois who trains daily with Officer Pat Reardon. Now, when was this article published? It doesn't really say. But at that time, he was only 11 months old. Shame, look. Okay, Copo says, pretty red bracelets you have there, Brian, eh? Yeah, he's got some red handcuffs. Okay, so look here. Let's bring this over. Wait. Look at him. Oh, no, shame. He's so cute. Look at his little beady eyes. Big dog. Belgian Malinois. So yeah, we saw that as well. And I'm sure you saw the other pictures too. And there's a canine dog, an area search. They didn't specify tracker dog, cadaver dog, but I assume tracker dog based on the area search and based on saying canine dog, right? Not canine cadaver. Anyway, did you get the same? Okay. So we've got that. Now let's bring back the court feed. And let's see who else they plan to have today. I want to flap some papers now. If you have any questions or something, let me know. I just want to see what did they say yesterday? Because they're going to have quite a few people. Yeah, they said the trooper, continue. Uber, someone from Uber and Lyft. We haven't heard from them yet. We heard from someone from JetBlue. The sergeant from the K9, yeah, the K9 officer. We heard from that. Okay, wait, so hold on. Just based on what I scribbled yesterday. We heard from the trooper and that. U.S. Customs and Border, yes, protection, we heard from that. Someone from Swampscott PD, someone from Massachusetts State PD. Connor Keefe, also a detective. Someone called Dennis Sutherland. They don't say Sullivan, it sounded like Sutherland. Okay. And an officer Gould, apparently. So a couple of law enforcement officers, I think, for the rest of the day. Now, please, does that mean that we're going to see surveillance footage? Because I sure hope so. Misty said he is cooked. Not a good liar. Terrible liar. I think if the jury uses common sense, it just is, to me, it's just like, why would someone, how could anyone comprehend that someone could dismember their wife and throw them away in pieces in the trash, but not murder them? That will make, it just makes no sense, right? You're going to get to the same conclusion eventually. And that's just based on what they've shown the jury so far. Misty, thank you for your sticker. Okay. Let's see what else you guys are saying. I'm looking. Dragonfly Lady said Officer Keith will be grilled by the defense over the phones. Is that so? Okay, hold on. Did I send myself something earlier? Hold on. I've got all sorts of things I collect for you. Let's quickly look at this. Hold on one second. Is it this? Yeah. This. Okay. Witnesses you may recognize. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for sending me this earlier. Trooper Connor Keefe, who testified about evidence in the Karen retrial near O'Keefe's body in the snow. So several Massachusetts State Police troopers and others who worked on the Karen Reed case are listed as potential witnesses in the Brian Walshe trial. Trooper Connor Keefe, Lieutenant John Fanning, who was accused by Reed's defense of tampering with the jury during her first trial. Andre Porto, a forensic scientist who works in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. How do we say that one again? Buchanan, who was moved to the Division of Standards and Training in the wake of Reed's verdict. Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, who faced an internal affairs investigation in the wake of Reed's 2024 mistrial. And I don't think they're going to call former Trooper Michael Proctor, who was fired over misconduct allegations, including inappropriate text messages after Reed's first trial. And Sergeant David DeChico, who was among the recipients of Proctor's text messages, according to testimony from Reed's first trial. So, even though people have almost got PTSD from those two trials, the Karen Reed trial, I didn't cover them. But people are like, firstly with the fan, like why the fan? I get it. And also just, oh no, imagine if they call any like Trooper Proctor to the stand. I don't think they will. He's listed as a potential defense witness. That'll be interesting if that happens. We shall see. Someone says we call him Bukaki. Is that so? Menkun Mama says, why the fan? Could it be the window or the ceiling, right? Yeah, I don't even cover the trial and I don't miss the fan. I don't like it. It like makes me just anxious just staring at a fan, right? Let's not look at it. How about we don't? Now, what do we have here on my presentation? Do we have a presentation? While we wait? Should I bring something up so that, you know when we get started on something, then they come back. That's how it normally will go. So for those who don't know, the victim in this case is Anna Walshe, 39 years old. Her maiden name is more difficult to, I can't pronounce it. I don't know exactly how to say it, but she was married after that to a guy called Mark Knipp. So her surname, her last name before Walshe was Knipp. And she was a 39-year-old real estate executive and mother of 3, originally from Belgrade, Serbia. I believe she got a degree in French in Serbia. There's also something else. I feel like it was arts and French. She moved to the United States in 2005, and she worked in hospitality before becoming a regional general manager for Tishman Speyer, a real estate firm in Washington, D.C. She was in her career, she was very successful. I read somewhere else as well that when she worked in hospitality, that she was a sous chef. I'm not 100% sure on that. There's not like lots of sources saying that. It's the internet, and I'm like, okay. But she did very well. with everything that she did. One of my theories is that Brian Walshe was very jealous of that. So she was last seen alive January 1st of 2023, and her husband, Brian Walshe, has been charged with her murder, and he faces a sentence of life without parole if convicted, right? She was so beautiful. Now that watch and the necklace as well, they found in the trash that they were able to recover from one of the dumpsters where he'd put trash there near his mother's house, but then that trash was taken to Peabody, and that's where they found it and laid it all out, and they found all this evidence in there, right? Yesterday they said 7 bags, previously reported as 10 bags. So, you know, sometimes in the trials, what's reported in the media and also from some documents, it gets refined in the trials. So 7 bags, okay, of evidence, containing evidence, like Anna's clothing that she was last seen wearing. Apparently, I don't know if she was actually last seen wearing that. Like, was she wearing that on New Year's Eve or not? I don't know. But she's the victim in the case. He pleaded guilty to improper conveyance of a human body and misleading a police investigation. And he faces a first-degree murder charge now. Odd move. Unless they were hoping for a plea deal from the state. But that did not happen. So now, in hindsight, it's an odd move, right? Okay. So, we're back. They're bringing the court back. There you go. And now let's see. I just can't wait for surveillance. We've heard the Google searches now, okay? That was incriminating. Very, very hectic. Now we want to see surveillance. Tell us all about the shopping. Show us maps. Tell us where he went. We've done some map time ourselves, right? If you didn't see the trial prep, it's available on the playlist. I think we also did some on day 1. It's all timestamped for you. We could do it again sometime. But yeah, Brian Walshe went all over the place. And not where he said he went. Okay, court looker said they maybe meant 10 altogether because they showed the ones all laid out, but then brought up 7 bags. Yeah, maybe they recovered like 10 bags, but 7 had the evidence. I don't know. Kathy Luna said, do you know what he shoplifted? Those search warrants did not specify. It was just like a sentence that said he went to CVS and did some shopping and shoplifting. Okay, shoplifting. What did he shoplift? He said he went to buy his mother some frozen foods and alcohol wipes. So, don't know what he shoplifted that day. It would be interesting. Thank you for your sticker. There he is with his red handcuffs. The reddest flag in the room. Emily says, do you think it would have been better to go for second-degree murder charge to be sure of a verdict? I'm pretty confident in the state's case, personally. But I also think we don't know what the jury instructions will be when they go deliberate. Maybe there will be a lesser charge included in their verdict. Maybe they're able to vote on that, right? Or then either way, there's going to be a verdict. I don't think it's going to be not guilty. But we'll have to wait and see. You never know. There could be surprises. Can you imagine if he walks? Sure. That'll be scary. He'll just keep committing crimes. He's such a con artist that the FBI tried to find art that he had sold all over the world for several years, and they didn't find it. So they said he's a not to compliment him. It's not a compliment. He's a really good con artist. Daphne says, anyone know about the stabbing? You mean when he was stabbed in jail? It was on September 11th of 2025. We don't know too many details about it. There hasn't been too much said about it. Brian Walshe stabbed. All I know is that he had to be checked for his mental competency to stand trial, which they booked him in for 20 days, and then it was extended to 40 days, and after that he was found competent to stand trial. I was a little worried at that point, like, oh man, is it going to be delayed again? Because this trial was supposed to be in October, and it got delayed because of that. So, successful delay, Brian Walshe, but here you are. Oh man, again, when I look at those hands and just think what he did, ooh. Wow, it takes quite the depravity to dismember someone. Like, what the hell, dude? Guy Patron said murder first degree is the correct charge and the prosecution is presenting a good case. I agree with you. He's going down. Oh no. Okay, let's quickly see if there's any. Can I see this? Oh man, okay, hold on. Baby Blue Eyes, thank you for being a member for 4 months. I'm just trying to find any information on. See, there's not much information. There wasn't. It was just that he was stabbed in prison. There wasn't in jail. Sorry, in jail while awaiting trial. I wonder who he pissed off in jail. Besides everyone. I wonder what that was all about. Let's see if I could find something else. Hold on. Jean Marie says, you're looking stressed there, Brian. Just a little bit. If anyone's asking, they never found Anna's body. Okay, wait. We could pause for a moment. On September 11th of 2025, Brian Walshe, then 50, he's still 50, was stabbed by another inmate at the Norfolk County Correctional Center in Denham, Massachusetts, where he's been held without bail since his January 2023 arrest. He was arrested January 8th of 2023 for the murder of his wife, Anna Walshe. The assault occurred around 9:55 p.m. in one of the facility's housing units shortly before lights out. Walshe sustained non-life-threatening injuries described as cuts from a makeshift blunt instrument. So yeah, he got shanked, likely a sharpened object improvised from jail materials. He was conscious and alert when transported to Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston for treatment and was just discharged and returned to the jail later that night. So Walsh's attorneys, Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges, described the attack as completely unprovoked and noted Walshe had been a model inmate holding a job at the facility and maintaining friendly rapport with staff and fellow prisoners. The Norfolk County Sheriff's Office confirmed an inmate was assaulted but did not name Walshe initially. Tipton publicly verified that it was his client. No motive for the stabbing has been disclosed, and the alleged attacker was subdued by officers, with the incident under internal investigation. No charges against the assailant have been announced as of December 3rd of 2025. Okay. Interesting. So his trial was delayed after that, and he went to check his mental competency, but yeah, and totally unprovoked. Oh my. Okay, on that day maybe. What did he do on other days? Did he con anyone? Did he betray anyone? He's definitely a betrayer. He betrayed everyone he's ever known, including his own children.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Seth Fox.
What's his name? Seth Fox.
Watch your stuff for me.
All right.
Slide this chair right for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
For 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect, search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And when are entities made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first download the Lyft app and then input your information, name, phone number, payment method, and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Anna Walshe with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Anna Walshe have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
And why? To debunk Brian Walsh's claim that Anna left that morning on January 1st of 2023, either using Lyft or Uber. So here we have the Lyft guy that's going to say, yeah, no, she didn't. Not on that day. Mm-hmm.
The Lyft records for Anna Walshe are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just going to show you these so you can reference them during your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm also going to ask, Your Honor, if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated with the account?
617-599-7966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
It is, the app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request rides.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
For data purposes, for privacy security.
What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone 14.4.
And who was the carrier?
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document. And can you tell me about the payment method in these records?
It was a Visa card, last four digits, 5421.
And finally, sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover, were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
Debunked.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Question.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Another lie exposed.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Alissa Wimmer.
Probably from Uber.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Slide this chair. Step right up. No, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alissa Wimmer, Wimmer.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
And how long have you worked for Uber Technologies?
Approximately a year and a half.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
And what are your specific responsibilities?
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of your job, have you been designated as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting, and then produce that data to law enforcement.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip with a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And did Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time, those were provided digitally?
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
Thank you. And I ask that they be published both for the witness and the jury.
You may do that.
Thank you. I'd ask that we start with response page 2.
Debunking another one of Walsh's lies.
So why are records based on a phone number for Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us, we often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Anna Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ancili83@yahoo.com.
And
which is, of course, all public record. This is an exhibit or evidence being shown at a public trial. And that's a YouTube disclaimer you got to say sometimes. Okay.
was there also a date of birth at the bottom?
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there, going to the next attachment to the response, please? Were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how much the trip costs in United States currency. Column S is the distance of the trip in miles. And column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And going back to response page 2, where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
I wonder why we can't see it this time.
No. I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were taken, and this account had trips on it, whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all, and
So there were no trips for that date?
Correct.
For those dates?
Correct.
So no information was supplied?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cross.
Cross, Judge.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's pause it at that. Adam Bluefire said, just join now. What did I miss? So if anyone else is just joining now, I see a few people have. Welcome to day 3 of the Brian Walshe trial. So today we continued on with the cross-examination of Trooper Guarino, which was tedious. It was a little bit dragged out with the Google searches and all of that. But okay, then there was some redirect, and then we saw William Foley take the stand, who works for U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And then Patrick Reardon, a canine handler with canine dog named Einstein, who did an area search around the house and didn't detect anything. So again, I assume Einstein is a tracker dog, or on that day was tracking to see if there's any scent of Anna or anyone around the house. Didn't find anything. Then Thomas Menino, a representative from JetBlue, took the stand, and that's to show that Anna didn't board a flight on January 1st of 2023 like Brian Walshe said. So that was a lie debunked. And then they showed Anna's flights, of course, and then we heard from Gregory Lowrance from the Cohasset PD. Remind me what he debunked? Oh, he talked about going to the house on January 4th of 2023. And as he arrived there, because Anna's co-workers had reported her missing, Brian Walshe was there. Obviously he answered, oh my word, the police is here. Hi, I'd like to report my wife missing. Dumbass. Didn't think of it before. But when the cops arrive at his house, he's like, oh crap, you know what I'm going to do? Report her missing. I'm very, very worried. And that's where the beginning of all those audio interviews start, because later they went back there. But initially, a missing persons report was taken. And from what I heard, it was taken outside of the house. So, dodgy, dodgy Brian Walshe. Not even inviting the man in for a cup of coffee or like, sit down, let me tell you everything. Then we heard from Seth Fox from Lyft to debunk another one of Brian Walshe's lies. See, so we're starting with that. We're warming up. We're getting to the surveillance. I can feel that at some point, right? I can't wait for that. Seth Fox said, no, Anna Walshe did not use Lyft at all on January 1st of 2023, or in that time period they're looking at, right? But specifically January 1st, because that's when Brian Walshe said it. Then we heard from Alissa Wimmer from Uber. Yeah, Anna Walshe did not use Uber on January 1st of 2023. So if the jury is paying attention, he lied about a lot. That's not looking so good for him. Lying is not a crime. But in the context, yeah, pleaded guilty to lying to the police, huh? We can see that you did that. So now, let's see who, so now we have, I don't actually know. Let's see who we have next. We are live. We're watching live right now, real time, okay?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Kenyon.
Right this way, sir. Just watch your step. Right.
If you can, maybe you're watching on TV and you can't hit the like button or something, but if you're able to, please use your control panel and play with the buttons a little bit, like, that's your button. Like, share, because otherwise YouTube's going to tell me my report card says I got 50%, that 5,000 people are here, but only half liked it, okay? And they're going to say, you suck to me. So please like it if you actually like watching trials with me.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm very good, sir. But my first question to you is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And, sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer.
And how long have you been an officer? How long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
Since 2020.
Now,
got that Boston accent on. I still have to practice mine, okay? Michael Kenyon. Now, just a reminder, Swampscott PD. Now, Swampscott is where Brian Walshe's mother lived. I don't know if she still lives there or not. But that's the area that Walshe boy decided to go to on January 1st when he was like running errands and buying milk and orange juice. No, you were going straight to Mama's house. And did he visit her? I still don't know if he actually saw her for the 15 minutes or not that he said he did. I don't think so. He went to Vinin's Liquor, but not inside. He was like outside at the dumpster throwing things away. And he went to Lowe's in that area. And that was just on January 1st of 2023, okay? And he went to a CVS, but not the CVS and Whole Foods he told police he went to with his mama to buy frozen foods and get some alcohol wipes. Right. Okay. Anyway, he also went back there other times to dispose of trash bags. Trash, lots of things. Most of the trash got incinerated except that which was disposed of in Swampscott. Oh yes, karma got him good. Because that trash was taken to Peabody. All the other trash in the other areas had been incinerated. They were able to get some of that trash that he put in Swampscott near his mother's house. And in it, there was Anna's clothing, her boots, her pants, her Hermes watch, her jewelry, her Prada bag, and her COVID-19 vaccination card that literally said Anna Walshe on it. It was like as I said yesterday, might as well just have added his mugshot into the mix. There was a hacksaw in there as well, with her DNA on it, with his DNA on it, like hella. So, yes, Swampscott's pretty important in this case. It helped to get a lot of evidence.
I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
That's his mother's
Can you describe
address.
330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why?
That's Walshe Boy's mama's house. And it's public record, okay? So just again, one more time, just for YouTube. All the addresses, phone numbers, everything they're discussing is it's exhibit or evidence shown at a public trial. It's all public record. So no one's doxing anyone by saying, that's his mama's house. We know it, okay? We know it. And now they're going to show it. Okay.
Why were you there?
I had been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And so
Voice
what?
up, sir, please. Just lean right into that
Oh, yeah, okay.
microphone and keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you pull it right to you, make it, there you go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police agencies. There were the Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
What?
They were near the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90?
Ooh, someone's teaching me a Boston accent. Hold on. Karen, thank you so much for your sweet words. Lyndon T said it's pronounced Swampscott. Swampscott. Sidebar. I don't think I have the Boston accent quite down, okay? Massachusetts accent in general. I would like it, though. I do like the accent a lot. Abraham, so the address is less like Paradise and more like Elm Street. Thanks to Brian Walshe.
Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And sir, do you see this object?
Yes.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers, and you see these two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
Was advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so where was the other location you were going to go to?
It was at the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do you do?
In Peabody? Not Peabody, like I'm saying. In Peabody. Okay. For Beefter cause 2 a.m. Said, I've been with G long before I joined. I recall all the beginning trials she covered. It's been a long, rewarding journey. Thank you, G. Thank you so much for being a member for 25 months. Oh, so the incriminating dumpster. Show us the surveillance.
You've got this location in Peabody. What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott
to the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on Forest Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM, or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan, what was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading, the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me, and then multiple police cruisers, being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Just one.
Just one. Come on, man. Okay, so they're just bringing that up. Now tell us everything. We already know what they found. Show us the dodgy surveillance footage, right? Really, I can't wait to see him in those shopping aisles. Remember when we saw Chandler Holderson shopping at, what was it? What was that store called again where he went? Oh my goodness, he was just shopping for tarps and all sorts of things. Like, what the hell, man? So what are we going to see Brian Walshe doing here? We already have a hunch, right?
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, I just have one question, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my fault. With regards to the Exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
Right this way. Just watch your stuff for me.
Good morning. And you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman, Waterman.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Anna Walshe.
And did you know Anna Walshe?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to D.C. to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Can you please describe that home?
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
And was there any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
To the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a smaller room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
There was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code or anything to get through that?
No.
And so how did you get through that? Was it unlocked for you? If you know?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors, so we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that kitchen floor, what did you do next?
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you besides
No, it was just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was, off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes, sunglasses, handbags, miscellaneous things.
Did you make any observations of men's clothing in the closet?
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
And what was on the third floor?
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were three smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the three smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children, all contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
And how were the beds in those rooms?
They were made.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was the general condition of the home?
Again, very neat and tidy, well organized.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did.
And where was that generally found?
Mostly in the kitchen.
And did you find Anna Walshe in the home?
No, we did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You've used the word neat many times,
Correct.
because that's the way the townhouse
Yes,
was well organized.
correct.
So you said that you found the paperwork, documents.
Yes, sir.
You used the word primarily,
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen, yes.
where in the kitchen? Like,
I don't remember exactly, I believe it was, there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
okay, did you, you mentioned what, I thought I heard you say, you mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the, in the
Yes,
primary
in the
bedroom?
primary bedroom, there was a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you've found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
Based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
Okay. And you said that you saw some men's clothes?
Yes,
And they were in the closet?
yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right.
Any TJ Maxx slips? Because he went to buy some men's clothing at TJ Maxx, which I think was on January 3rd or 4th. Also, Jessica Brady said, was this home a rental? Yes. Apparently it was a rental. And from what we'd heard, I think yesterday they said that Anna and Brian had only, I think he said it in his interviews, that they'd only rented it for about 6 months or something? Something like that. So, yes. Okay. So they're discussing the home where Brian and the kids stayed and Anna, right? The crime scene.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, they're flying through witnesses
Commonwealth may
today.
call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ooh. Little sidebar. Brian, how are you feeling there? He does look stressed today. Everything he's doing it indicates stress, right? Were they talking... What? There's two homes in question. One is the home, right, that they had in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and that was a sergeant from Massachusetts, PD, on the stand. There's another home where Anna had a townhouse, right? Am I correct in thinking they're talking about the home Anna had when working? There was a townhouse as well, right? So they discussed both during their testimony, correct? Is that true? True, I should say true. Did they discuss both in that testimony? I was obviously stretching and saying hi to the cats. I was listening and took you with me. But tell me if I missed something. So, interesting. Okay. What is... And look, he's like, he also wants to know, what is it?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The call.
So when I said it's a rental home, I'm talking about the one in Cohasset, Massachusetts. The other one, the townhouse in DC, Anna owned. And Anna and Brian actually owned multiple properties. And she was very successful and working for Tishman Speyer, right? Okay. Question said, behavior panel would be proud with your analysis of him. Is it really an analysis though? Because he's just like, he's like scratching his neck. He's feeling threatened. Scratchy, scratchy of the neck, red going up the neck, looking nervous, and it's only day 3. This trial said to last 2 to 3 weeks. Do you think it's going to last 2 to 3 weeks? It could. Can't base it on today. Depends how much surveillance they have of him, driving around as well. Can you imagine?
Commonwealth would call Peter Capazzoli.
Peter Capazzoli, okay.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony will give the cause out and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Somebody's eating
Right
a
this way, sir.
sweetie. And it isn't me.
Step up, watch your step. Come over here. A little bit further. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm going to ask you if you pull that microphone closer to you, because it's going to amplify your voice and everyone will be able to hear you. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capazzoli, Capozzoli.
And, sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as Exhibit 84?
Is it? Little Caesar said, I bought 5 cars from Peter Capazzoli. Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
To the right up the driveway.
And, sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I own it.
And how long have you owned it?
Since September 2019.
And do you see...
Shame. He owns the house, and imagine now, with what Brian Walshe did in there, allegedly. Well, even the dismemberment that he admitted to, he pleaded guilty to. That can't be so good for the property value, hey? This owner must be quite pissed off. Now, somebody said, hold on one second. There. David Chartrand, Papa. So the officer said they traveled to DC and searched the townhouse. So I failed my listening skills on my stretch break and trampoline jumping. And I will take responsibility while simultaneously blaming the cats for being way too cute. Especially because they've just been fed. Sorry about that. Okay, so earlier, when I stepped away for the break, they were discussing the DC townhouse that Anna stayed in when she was in DC, right? And now they're going to be discussing that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Road house, which is the house with the crime scene. This is the crime scene. Okay.
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
Yeah. I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No.
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
I believe it was March of 22.
And
March of 22. Now, Little Caesar, you said, please play the feed. Please go to the Raw Court feed if you don't want commentary. I'm going to make commentary throughout the day. If you watch day 1 and 2 with me, you'll know. I talk a lot in between. So if that's not your thing, then this is not your thing. You got to find your tribe on Court TV or Law and Crime or the Raw Court feeds where there's no person, a commentator on the screen. Okay, we're going to pause here and there.
What was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, in how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walshe family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Anna Walshe?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walshe?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once, and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now,
I'm so sorry about that, sir, that you had to see him even once. So now I would have to, I don't really want to re-listen to Brian Walsh's audio interviews, but in it he was talking about, yeah, we've only been renting for 6 months, and I don't know if he talked about the extension. It just sounded like, okay, we've just been here for 6 months, and now he's thinking of moving. They wanted to move to DC, but he couldn't move to DC because he's such a damn criminal. He was there on his ankle monitor, about to be sentenced, okay, for committing art fraud. He was eventually sentenced to 37 months in prison, but he was already incarcerated, you see, for murder. So anyway, wow. So if it was March of 2022, March, April, that's what I'm doing, May, June, July, August, okay. So if they extended for another 6 months in September, October, November, December, 4 months, there was 2 months to go or so before they would have to extend again or decide what they're going to do. And yet Anna Walshe was murdered, allegedly murdered, January 1st of 2023.
Sir, do you see Mr. Walshe here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I went in, figured the problem, went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
Is it because Brian Walshe didn't Google how to switch off the water? How to close a faucet? Because I'm sure he Googled how to get the water to come out of the faucet. Oh, you just turn it on. Oh, okay. And then he must have complained that it's just that the faucet isn't working. It's just the water just keeps coming out. Shame. So this guy had to go and look. Figured the problem was Brian Walshe.
And besides a leaky faucet, anything else that you had to fix?
One time there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
Was anyone home when you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Anna was home and the 3 boys.
So there was something unhinged in the home? Yeah, that was Brian Walshe.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one. In the middle of July, the AC stopped working. So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock. And he had, after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shut-off switch for the heater AC unit?" I said, "I didn't know. It was upstairs." So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why
See?
the AC didn't work.
See? I told you, Brian Walshe is a dumbass. He didn't Google how to turn the AC on. That's why it was off. But he complained to the landlord, "I don't know, it's not working. It's not working." Came to look, damn, it's not on. Electrician's there, yeah, here's how to fix it. Flick a switch. Look at that, Brian Walshe, I turned it on. Do you see that? He's like, "What? I didn't even Google that. All I Googled was how to turn it off." Stefan's like, "How can I open the window?" If you heard his Google searches on day 2, then you'll understand where the snark is coming from. Brian Walshe Googles the dumbest things. Obvious things, also very depraved and sinister things, but in between, really dumb things. So, yeah, I was just thinking he probably just didn't turn it on, and that is actually the case. Oh, wow, okay.
So pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now, Sir, as far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Kilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon timeframe.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walshe in this phone call?
Yes, so he had asked me if I had security on my building, and I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process, and so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to D.C. for work. And we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in D.C.
Did he tell you what time she left?
Supposed to. Oh, so Brian Walshe, in all of that embedded lying and shady calls, is saying she was supposed to catch a flight, but she didn't. Oh, okay, yeah. So you admit you know that she didn't catch a flight and didn't show up in D.C. Cool, cool, cool. But you didn't tell anyone until the cops arrived at your house on January 4th of 2023, and then you're like, oh, hey, hi, police officer, I'd like to report my wife missing. Yeah, okay. Also, how hectic is that the first thing he does, well, not the first thing, he first Googled and then made French toast. At some point, he calls the landlord, hi, do you have security on your building? No. Like, any security cameras around here? Anything I should be worried about? That's quite interesting as well.
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction.
I'm sorry, stop. 4 to 5 in the morning? Brian Walshe, are you crazy? He's not your daddy. Your daddy doesn't want to talk to you. His dad passed away in 2018, but he disinherited Brian. Do not call him at 4 or 5 in the morning. Can you imagine calling the landlord at 4 or 5 in the morning? Should I give it a go sometime?
What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes, so next door north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security, so I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walshe family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment.
So when Mr. Capazzoli told Brian Walshe, well, no, the Cohasset Imports, there's no cameras on the building there, clearly there's none at the house, and he wants to know, is there anything else? He's like, well, you could contact the house next door. I wonder if Brian Walshe went there like Chandler Halderson. Do you remember Chandler Halderson, who dismembered his parents? He murdered his parents and dismembered them. That's why he keeps coming to mind. Similar types of vibes from these two, right? Brian Walshe and Chandler Halderson, obviously both being dismemberers as well. But remember Chandler Halderson went around the neighborhood and he's like, ding, 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 and he's like, hello, waves at them, all awkward, creepy. And they're like, do you have any like security cameras? Like, where, how far can it see? Oh, okay, did he do that? I do wonder.
Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Mr. Capazzoli, I'm handing you a document. You recognize it?
Yes, that's the lease.
And, Your Honor, I'd seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
I think the next one is 96. The lease for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
Barbara, exactly, Barbara Ann. Brian Walshe called the property owner at 4 a.m. On January 1st of 2023, between 4 and 5 is what the landlord said, to report Anna missing, but didn't call the police. Right? Even that, that is actually so hectic. Hi, my wife is missing. Oh. I mean, one would think the next thing you would do is call the police. No. Why would he do that when he claims that Anna just died in the bed? She just had a sudden unexplained death. Now what? But see, he's debunking his own defense. Shame.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease and the address affixed to that?
Yes, Diana Walshe, and the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
And, counsel?
So mommy was paying the bill.
You may.
Thank you.
Because that's her.
Mr. Capazzoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of the photograph's taken in?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Anna.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have still 3? Mr. Capazzoli, how do you recognize this is the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room to the left. It's the only room that had a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walshe family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, I was in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
You were talking about the property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms you were talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just from what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No,
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
no,
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
yes,
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house, like
Ye-
a bulkhead?
a walk-through door, a regular door, yes.
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walsh's name?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother?
yes,
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
yes,
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh?
yes.
And was your intention to rent that property in smaller increments? Or that's just what came to you with the Walshes that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And in speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached to extend the lease, right?
Yes.
And what month was that, if you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes,
And that was because their trip to DC was impending, was coming up.
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to DC, that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
Yes.
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
Yes.
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
Yes.
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
Correct. Yes.
And that was $5,000 a month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord?
Yes.
And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
Yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No.
Because that's just normal wear and tear of the home.
Yes.
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
Yes.
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but it could have opened too far and broke the hinge, not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease, or your understanding, would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes.
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
No, I wouldn't.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear, no.
Okay. So that would be something that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure, if they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walsh, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay. And you said you saw Anna Walsh on a couple of occasions?
Yes,
And that was with Mr. Walsh or by herself and the boys?
by herself,
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
with the boys, I'm sorry, by herself
Okay.
with the boys.
By
yeah.
herself with the boys. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now, did tell me that, said in chat, that when Brian Walsh called between 4 and 5 in the morning, the date was, did he say Thursday? Thursday, because, wait, we have to go back to our little drawing. Where's our little drawing of which day it was? Let's flap pages. I just want to check that, because if he called on the 1st, that is so bizarre. That would be before everything. It would make more sense if it was Thursday, which would be the 3rd. The 1st was on a Sunday, okay? So if it was Thursday, it would be the 3rd, which is still before the police even got involved, right? Arrived at the house. So, if we can, I just quickly want to go back a little bit here.
It didn't work.
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now, sir,
Or, I wish I could find the spot to go back. Was it January 1st or Thursday? Because I thought I heard January 1st. Huh? If it was January 1st, a Sunday, if he called the landlord between 4 and 5 a.m., and the landlord was on holiday, and I think the time zone where he was on holiday was in the Caribbean, was like an hour ahead. Oh my word, you're going to call your landlord at 5 in the morning on any given day is already like so sus. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And they'd be like, hey, my wife's missing. So what did you guys hear? I thought we could go back and just re-listen to that little bit there, right? Was it after the unhinged cabinets or what?
And you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset.
The lease for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence.
The lease, yeah.
Mr. Capazzoli, I'm
Oh,
handing
you guys
a
are saying all
photograph.
sorts of things. The reason we can go back for a second here and figure this out, because it's important to the timeline, is because, there's going to be lunch break coming up anyway.
Sir, do you recognize the room of that, the photographs taken in?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
I also heard the first.
Well,
You
I
guys
think
will
it's
say
Anna.
Thursday.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room.
Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walshe family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ah, I don't know where to find it exactly. It's better on the replay. Meaning, on the replay, I will put a pinned comment. So, Susie said, unfortunately Thursday. Maybe he said January 1st and then Thursday. So, but yet January 3rd was the Thursday. And that would make more sense, but it's still shady because it's before, well, firstly, Brian Walshe did not ever report Anna Walshe missing until the police arrived at his house after her co-workers reported her missing. But if he called, whether it's the 1st or the 3rd, that's crazy. And then the time he's calling, if he's calling the landlord on the 1st between 4 and 5 a.m., that is so freaking dodgy. I would think he wouldn't do that. That would be a really weird first thing to do. If he called on Thursday, that's the 3rd of January. Okay. By then, he's had more time to do all sorts of things. And now he's thinking, oh, crap, so you got any, like, cameras on the building? You got any, like, security? Because my wife's missing. So even that, even if it's the Thursday, it's the 3rd. And that would mean he told the landlord his wife was missing before he told anybody else. Besides emailing his mother and emailing Anna. You said he was trying to get hold of her. Okay. Okay, so the vote is in. Most of you are saying he only said Thursday. Thursday. Okay. Thursday. I think that's the majority vote. I will listen again later on the replay. It's easier to find with the transcripts and all that. And then I'll put a pinned comment just to make extra sure, because we do love timelines. Timelines are my favorite thing. I want to know exactly what was going on. Okay, so now let's, now we're on the next witness. So here we go. Oh my word, look at Brian Walshe. So, wow, okay, wait. The witness was done over here. Okay, here we go. Now we're going back to watch real time. A few minutes behind. Thank you. T-Sharp said I double check. It was Thursday. Okay.
Right this way, sir.
Okay, next witness. They are flying through witnesses today. Day 3 is so busy. Oh my goodness. Okay, so double check. Thank you for everyone for double checking. Thursday, January. If Sunday is the 1st and then January is the 5th. I'm gonna have to map this out again. I will put a pinned comment, okay? Hold on. While we're listening to this, I'm mapping things out.
Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in. Put your chair in for you. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Silvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance company?
Yes.
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McLoone?
She's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McLoone, who else is in the office?
Half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Anna Walshe.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Anna Walshe?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay, and how did you become familiar with Brian Walshe?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address, and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when
This could get interesting. The life insurance testimony, because Anna took out life insurance apparently on December 20th of 2022. Oh my goodness. And that was for $2.2 million? According to what it says in the documents. Thank you, Stefan, for the name there and the spelling. Really appreciate that. So, okay. We want to be correct. Thank you very much, everyone, for re-listening for us. So, if Brian Walshe called on a Thursday, that would be January 5th of 2023. Less shocking than January 1st, less shocking than January 3rd. Because that would be the day after the police had been there, and then he now reported Anna missing because the police arrived at his house. I wonder what he would have done if the police didn't yet know. Like if her co-workers hadn't reported her missing, but they would, of course they would. You know, these criminals, they always underestimate who's in the victim's network and who's going to care about them and who's going to report them missing. But anyway, the police arrived at Brian Walshe's house on January 4th of 2023. So if he then called the landlord on January 5th, that would be a Thursday. And the witness apparently said Thursday. So, but damn, bro, between 4 and 5 in the morning, are you crazy? Between 4 and 5 in the morning, calling the landlord, asking if you have security on the building. That's crazy.
When did you get introduced to Anna Walshe?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay. And were you ever able to sell Anna Walshe any insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is a type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy that was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that, the contract ends, the insurance company doesn't pay anything out. A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass, and whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And, Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer 2 policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Anna Walshe. They are manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
Public record.
No objection, Your Honor.
Sorry. They're going to show it to us. Kerry said no, he said he was called in the afternoon, but told about Anna going out between 4 and 5 a.m. My goodness, what confusing testimony. How did how did so many of us hear January 1st? Because I was like, what? He called the landlord on January 1st? In the morning? Oh, now he's saying that Anna disappeared between 4 and 5 a.m. Clearly, yeah, no, I'm drinking Red Bull. Maybe that will help myself, and I'll give you all a virtual Red Bull as well for everyone else that heard what I heard. Pernell said, he said, Thursday of the week I was there. Okay. Thursday, late afternoon. Okay, well, that's all of that much less shocking than January 1st, 4 to 5 a.m. I'm like, oh, no, he didn't. Wouldn't put it past Brian Walshe, though. Welcome to Grizzly supporter Gaynor Rome. I hope I said your name right. Thank you so much all for being here. And let's continue on to hear about this life insurance. Interesting. Maybe this is also not going to be sus with Brian Walshe's involvement or not, right? And he wouldn't be able to claim it anyway because of what he did to Anna Walshe's body. Oh my goodness. Okay.
The New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence as, and is in evidence as 98, and the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence as Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98, 99?
You may.
Thank you. We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98. At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Anna.
Okay. And does it have, for Anna, does it list the amount for the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the fourth page, does it list who the beneficiary is of that policy?
It does.
We know who it's going to be, right?
Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walshe.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And the next document that's within that folder, can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, to secure a life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Can you tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do their due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, isn't that correct?
So there's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99 and ask if you take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Anna Walshe.
And for Anna Walshe, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And, sir, regarding that policy, does that also list who the beneficiary is?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walshe.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar document within the file with a binder clip for those records?
Yes.
And what is that document, sir?
This is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
And with that application, is there also a release of documents to New York Life from medical providers?
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Anna Walshe life insurance?
No.
And Your Honor, may we approach about one small issue?
Sure.
Thank you, Brianna Henry, for the 3 delicious coffees. Clearly I need it today. Or New Year's or something. Maybe I just expect, is that confirmation bias? I'm like, January 1st. January 1st, between 4 and 5 a.m., this guy. I mean, we know he was doing very shady things on January 1st at that time. But yeah, okay. So Sharon, you also went back. You said the call from Brian Walshe was Thursday afternoon. He told the landlord Anna left between 4 and 5 a.m. that morning. So even that, telling the landlord that Anna left between 4 and 5 in the morning on January 1st, but telling the police that she left between 6 and 7. Why? Why can't you keep your story straight? At all, Brian Walshe, why? Why you got to change times and basic details? My goodness. Is he looking defeated or what? A little bit, hey? Interesting. Okay, let's go forward a bit. Simply Lolly said we can always re-watch the scene or call testimony during lunch to see what the heck was said. Someone just sent me a coffee. Thank you so much. Well, I do trust all the Grizzlies. This community is amazing. Whenever I've got questions, I mean, you guys always have lots of questions for me, right? When I got questions for you, oh man, you deliver. Thank you so much. See, I don't know, man. In the documents or the search warrants I read, that was all they were talking about life insurance set up December 20th of 2022. I don't know about that. Did Brian Walshe set that up? Is that what they're trying to point out? What is going on here? Anyway, also, are we going to find out, did he try to collect or what? I mean, he really couldn't, but did he try? Emily, thank you for your question. Colleen said, so how much life insurance? Well, now they said May 17th of 2021, life insurance was taken up for $1 million for Anna Walshe, and then June 28th of 2021, $250,000. Okay.
George, I'm going to send you out of the courtroom for a little bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through to lunch, and then I may have you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on whether you have food or not. We'll see. So just hold tight, George. You can go back to the jury room right now.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me. Yes. Yeah, how about that? Thanks.
Now what's the issue? Okay, greedy Brian Walshe is the issue. But what's the issue now? The jury's going out for a bit. You may proceed.
1 second. Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Silvaggi, I'm just going to do a document. I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is.
Personal health history,
And who is it for?
Anna Walshe.
And, sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's part of the application process.
And so, if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
They don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
Because your health is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance.
And after this document was filled out and forwarded to New York Life, what was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walshe?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health approving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And, sir...
How do you know that?
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be, 37 is as poor as you can be and still be accepted, and she received a number 1 health rating.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
Extremely helpful.
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself, it's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Sir, in addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals or review of records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions. It's about a half-hour long telephone interview that is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner for a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And sir, that document, is it signed?
This is voice signed by Anna Walshe, yes.
And so what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
Thank you.
I'm going to give this to counsel. Yeah.
Sharing. So this form that you were just looking at, do I understand that Anna Walshe supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Anna Walshe about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get the life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Anna Walshe over the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021?
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Anna Walshe in March of 2021?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that, they give a blood and urine sample, somebody comes to the house. And then you also said that something about they have to sign a release for their medical records?
Yes.
And can you tell, based on the documentation, if that was done in this case?
It was.
And then, once you have that release, what happens?
They
How do
write-
you access the medical records?
The company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
I don't mean, do you have them with you now? I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
So it
Honor.
all goes to the underwriter?
Correct.
Different entity than you?
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that works with you. I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloon.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Anna Walshe, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's to make sure it's sort of the best information it could be, they do it themselves.
All right. Anything else anybody wants in on after I've asked these
Your
additional
Honor.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now.
Yes, sir.
On this record. If it becomes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a case and what they do, in order to get this in, you're going to need to, well, you probably honestly would be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, all right, bring them back out.
Oh,
Working.
they're gonna bring them back before lunch. I think you met Joe. That's sweet. Thank you so much. So they're not gonna hear about Anna's fantastic health score at the time, which was in May and June of 2021.
Your Honor, would I be permitted to ask the witness in front of the jury about the medical rating?
About the what?
Medical rating?
Yeah?
Yeah, that's on the form, it's already in evidence.
Okay, okay.
You can object,
Medical
but
rating.
it would seem to me that that is already on a document that's been admitted. All right.
I like this judge a lot. Yeah, Joe says bringing them back in to release
rise,
them.
jurors
To
entering.
go to lunch. There might be more questions. Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, everyone's asking why, what happened, what. So they discussed the scope of the questions for the jurors, and the judge decided not to let in honors health records. So that's why the jury was sent out. They do that sometimes, right? Just to make sure what they can discuss in front of the jurors. So let's see how they ask these questions now.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Approaching the witness with exhibits 99 and 98. Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance from New York Life?
Yes.
How is that determined?
It's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high-risk activities that you might participate in, your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
How does New York Life find out this information?
Through underwriting, through the telephone interview, through a copy of your medical records, and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they are under the care of.
And is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes.
What is the scale, sir?
It starts out, the best rating you can receive is called Select Preferred, and then it goes Preferred, and then it goes Preferred 2, then it goes Non-Smoker, then it goes Non-Smoker, Table 1 through 13, then it goes to Standard, or Select Standard, which is usually a healthy smoker. Then there's Standard, which is a smoker, and then there's Standard, Table 1 through 13. And all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Anna Walsh's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select Preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
So she was the healthiest.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, in addition, sir, when collecting information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process, get any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, a urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
Does New York Life give life insurance if that's not performed?
Yes.
Was it done in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
I think it's just cross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay? So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes.
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines the scale that you just talked about?
Yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's applying for insurance?
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walshe applied for life insurance, part of it is this health assessment, right?
Yes,
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
I wish they would stay by the microphones. The attorneys, I mean.
Looks to be February 2nd, 2021.
Okay. After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Anna Walshe about her health?
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test?
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't fully understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really, quite frankly, understand what they're looking for.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? Is that drugs and alcohol, illegal drugs, I'm assuming, and alcohol?
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
I don't know.
You don't know. Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
I don't know.
And the February 2021 date that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance?
Yes.
And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
That's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does, yes, yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the reason you asked if there's any high-risk activity is to see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping.
Bingo.
Is a no for me. It's just, okay. So the only way that you might find out if someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways, yes.
Okay. So if someone did engage in arguably high-risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned that Anna Walshe had two different policies. One was a term and one was a whole?
Yes.
Okay. Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you just to lean into that microphone a little bit. I think that I'm having a hard time, so I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and when married couples come to get life insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay. So if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes.
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
Yes.
Okay. Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning? Like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference between whole and terms, life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement in the future, right?
Yes.
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a term life insurance policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
Yes.
Okay. But is there a way that you can have a term life insurance policy, and that can get converted into another type of policy where you can take loans off it, or it can grow a cash value?
Yes.
Okay. And so even a term can start at something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finances.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a whole term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing, but this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
Correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off this policy.
Yes.
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
You can borrow the cash value without paying tax on the accumulation value.
And in the whole policy that Anna Walshe had, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walshe, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her?
Correct.
Okay. Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a whole policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there ever a question in any of your clients' minds, well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
So you had told us that some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from, right?
Yes.
And if someone, and you might see a whole policy where two people are married.
Yes.
Okay. So if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
Okay. And so, have you ever had to talk to a client or a prospective client about how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned that Anna had a policy. My understanding is, I think you said that you got to Brian Walshe off a lead off the internet?
Yes.
So that means he was looking for insurance, and does he pop in something and you see it and you give it a call?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walshe initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I like the way the judge says it. I'll see you at the side of the bench. Okay.
And he was rejected.
Insurance.
excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a...
We don't want to miss a single sentence or word. Just what? Yes, Brian Walshe was rejected. Why? And what was his health score?
Let me just miss... Oh, sorry, Ben. So initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walshe had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
No.
Why was he rejected?
He had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
And
He was
you didn't
too
just
criminal.
stop at that one application. Am I correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
All right. And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought like, hey, we're going to go with Anna and get her insurance.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walshe was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Anna Walshe never applied for life insurance.
I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
She applied, I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working with this
Objection.
family.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Okay. And we're back.
So you were a life insurance salesperson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably it's more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walshe numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walshe, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
So close.
You were so close.
Have a nice lunch, sir.
Just like
All
that.
right, please. Here's those your notebooks. Follow me.
I just love how the judge does that. I think it's time to go to lunch. Mid cross-examination. Done. She's so punctual. When it hits 1 o'clock, she's like, that's it, it's lunchtime. Remember, we're a little bit behind now. Yeah, so now they're going on lunch, okay? This is a song. And they're going lunch until 2 p.m. Eastern.
Anybody need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Put the handcuffs on him. Drag him out of there. Okay, lunch break. They're back in 35 minutes from now. See, it's not too much time. Normally we teleport over the whole thing, but we're watching live. For now, we'll see what we do tomorrow, hey? Should we start a little bit later? Maybe. We'll see. Maybe half an hour or so. See, then we could skip right over this. We might. Capo said, get your lunch boxes out, Grizzlies. Everyone's probably very excited. Normally they can't do that here. We close them and we could just immediately skip to the next thing. Now, I did make a poll and I said, Want to re-listen to the landlord's testimony quick in the lunch break? And I don't mean the whole testimony. I mean that very critical part where clearly my brain and ears failed me. Thankfully, it also failed other people. I feel better. Other people also heard what I heard. So thank you so much, unless you guys are just being polite, okay? And you're like, don't worry, G, we heard it too, it's okay. So, because of that, 83% voted. I do want to clarify the timeline, okay? So, because you majority voted, we're going to go over that, and we're also going to look at this. Wait, I'll show you now. Wait for it, this. We're going to go over this timeline like this as well, just quickly to see. We could also look at the interview right after that of Jem Mutlu. If you've never seen it, that's the friend who was there on December 31st of 2022, as in the interview with the media, right? So we could look at that. I'm sure if you followed the case, you've seen it before. We covered it in the past as well. So we'll look at that. But really, this timeline, you see, I was so shocked when I thought that the landlord said that Brian Walshe called him at like early in the morning on January 1st. I'm like, what the hell? He called him before all these Google searches? No. Okay, so January 1st, the first shady thing that Brian Walshe does is allegedly murder his wife. We don't know how. They never found her body. And then at 4:55 a.m., I mean, that friend only left at between 1 and 1:30 a.m. 4:55, Brian Walshe is Googling how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, how to embalm a body. Why are you even saying that? How to embalm a body? What? 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, or needed to. How long for someone? 2 missing, 2 inheritance. That's financial motive as well. You know? If Anna wanted to leave him, if she was like, I'm done, okay? Which could be the case. Yeah. 1, that would be him being like, hell no, you're not leaving me. 2, he could have found out about the affair. 3, he could have wanted some inheritance, meaning all the properties that she had as well. She had a whole property portfolio. She was very successful. So there's lots to go over quickly if we can. But because many of you had voted for that we can just quickly look at it again. Stick around or come back in 10 minutes, right? If you don't want to hear it again. Pixie Dust said, buy the kitty something for Christmas. Thank you so much for your sticker. If you guys want to support the kitties directly, because YouTube takes 30%, right, of things. So if you want to directly support the kitties, that would be on PayPal. And thank you to everyone who does that. You guys spoil them so much. They are so spoiled. Okay, so if we just go here to this is the landlord of the house in Cohasset, okay? So let's hope my brain works better now this afternoon, because firstly, when I stepped out for the stretch break, then they were discussing the DC townhouse, and I thought they were discussing this home. The DC townhouse where Anna was staying. Okay, cool, with the Massachusetts PD sergeant on the stand. All right, then they had this landlord on, okay? And here I would do it anyway, so meaning we could do it together. That's why you voted for it, or I'll do it in my own time. So you would see what I would be doing anyway. I'd be like, wait, I got to go back and just hear this for myself again, okay? So.
Capazzoli, Capozzoli.
And sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner. Used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was...
So that's already important, because the security footage that Brian was asking about, Brian Walshe, was from that Cohasset's import building, because it was close in proximity, right? Grey-haired Grace, welcome. Okay, so we got that.
Entered in today as Exhibit 84.
So we won't listen to Cross. Just this. It's lunch break until 2 p.m. Eastern. I also found the timeline interesting of how long they were going to extend it to, right? For 3 more months after the initial 6 months. And yes, it was confirmed that Diana Walshe paid up front for the first 6 months for that home that they were renting. Interesting.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
To the right up the driveway.
And, sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I own it.
And how long have you owned it?
Since September 2019.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
Yeah. I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now,
Now see, even that, we're going to do this very carefully now, okay? We do love timelines. So just have a look here quickly at this. Done. Okay, and we're going to look here quickly. Cohasset Imports. Now we could see it, because I couldn't see on the map how they showed it, how close it was to the house. So if we just go here like this, there you go. Okay, so if we look at this, oh, thank you. Someone just supported me with a delicious coffee. Thank you so much. Brian and Anna's home, okay, is here. Let's see if we could do a slideshow, because that'll help it just expand a little bit. Okay, so now we are, is it a universal saying or South African? When we say now we are cooking with gas. So now we're really getting going on something, right? Okay, so again, if you're a replay watcher, please remember to check the timestamps. You could skip right over this if you don't want to do this like community homework we're doing here, just to iron out the creases from the confusion earlier. So here's the home that Brian and Anna, they were renting. Diana Walshe had paid for that for 6 months up front, $4,800, and then they extended it. It was going to be, they wanted 3 months of extension, so that would have been until like November-ish, which is interesting because Brian couldn't move to DC anyway with his ankle monitor and his charges he was facing, but okay. And then they decided to extend it for about 6 more months, right? But here's the home and here's Cohasset Imports. So Brian asking if there's any security at this building because he says Anna left on January 1st. He told the landlord between 4 and 5 a.m., but he told police between 6 and 7 a.m. I already called that discrepancy. Interesting how he thought maybe, I don't know, do you have any footage? What did you really want footage for, Brian? What were you really doing? Were you driving around? Were you doing something sus, huh? Anyway, okay, so let's go now back to this. All right.
Sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No.
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when...
Now, I wonder what that means. They were the last tenants that they rented to. Can they not rent it to more tenants? Do more tenants not want to rent it after, you know, what happened in the house? Do they know about that? Or did they just decide, oh my goodness, after that we're not renting it out anymore? What do you think it is?
When did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
I believe it was March of 22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, in how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walshe family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Anna Walshe?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walshe?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once, and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Brought the check every month. When? Because the mother paid up front for 6 months. So after that, when they extended. If so, then it would be paid up front from March to August of 2022, and then September onwards for 6 months. Then maybe Brian Walshe took the check over every month. Also, yeah, Stefan said, did he sell it afterwards? That's probably the most likely option. He probably sold the home afterwards, yes.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walshe here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Okay.
Now, sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would prefer?
We heard about the fixes, okay, so I'm going to go a little bit forward. The leaky faucet, the unhinged, Brian Walshe, loose hinged cupboard, and then the AC that Brian Walshe said wasn't working, and the electrician went there and said, because it's not turned on. Okay, so there you go. So let's just go forward a little bit here if we can.
You rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Kilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
Tell us.
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walshe?
Here it
Yes.
is.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
And what did...
Thursday in the week I was there, so that's a little vague for a timeline, but the week I was there, if he went to the Caribbean for New Year's, one would assume it's the 5th of January of 2023, but how do we know? How do we know? Thursday, the week I was there. Okay. Sometime in the afternoon. Isn't it just so satisfying when you get something wrong and then you correct it? Firstly, I love that. Obviously, you guys don't often see me do that here. We're doing it together now. Normally, I'd be like, wait, I've got to check this and check that and verify this. What about that? And even when Grizzly Cat sent me a 462-page collection of search warrants, oh my goodness, to go and like debunk a lot of things that had been shared in the media of where Brian Walshe had been. And I'm like, oh man. So he actually went here on this day and he went here. There's what he said he did, then there's what he did, all of that. I just love to clarify timelines. So thank you to all of you who went back and checked this as well.
Can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walshe in this phone call?
Yes, so he had asked me if I had security on my building.
Okay.
And I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to D.
There, that's where my brain this morning. What do you mean she took an Uber this morning? Why would he say that? Okay, everybody, let's clarify. So the Thursday in the week I was there, obviously it can't be although it can't be. It cannot be the 29th, okay? It cannot be the 29th of December. So Thursday the 5th, we're assuming. Brian said my wife took an Uber this morning. Did I hear that right? Are we all on the same page? Why would he say that? Yeah, Stefan said the prosecutor should have asked that be more specific. Definitely, we want specific timelines, okay? Peanut Family said, did he say $5,000 a month? Yes, he did. Woman of Heart says 462 pages. Yes. I get excited for documents. And then sometimes I'm like, damn, this is long. Yeah, Italiano said, we know you want to get it right, G. Like, that was confusing. See, that was confusing. Brian Walshe is confusing. You got to track his lives, like Letitia Stauch, like Chandler Halderson, like Nicholas Cassotis. Okay, all these trials we've watched together. Like Matthew Paul, you got to track the lies. Now, why would he say this morning? He said the morning, the day he telephoned him. He said this morning, the day he telephoned him. Freaking confusing. A few seconds back.
a dehumidifier, maybe a small table,
We're going again.
and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
Okay, so Thursday in the week I was there, meaning there in the Caribbean, which is, there's actually 2 time zones, 2 main time zones, Eastern Time and Atlantic Standard Time, depending on where in the Caribbean. Okay, interesting.
And and can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walshe in this phone call?
Yes, so he had asked me if I had security on my building, and I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process, and so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to D.C. for work, and we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in D.C.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction.
Okay, so it's all a little vague, because I believe he called on the Thursday when I was there. Okay, so while you were on holiday, Brian Walshe called at some point. If it was Thursday, but I believe means you're not sure. Okay, so anyway, if it was a Thursday, it would be January 5th, which would be after Brian Walshe spoke to the police. Anyway, saying this morning is, that's where the confusion comes in. Damn. So weird. Moving on, okay. And he said Anna left between 4 and 5, he said, I think, between 4 and 5 a.m. So that's also a little bit, you know.
What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes, so next door north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security, so I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walshe family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
And we know that was Dana Walshe on the lease, so no wonder we were all confused. I'm still confused now. That was, I don't know if I would I need to see documents and like call records. I would need to see, when did the call actually happen? Not, I believe it was. I'm not snarking at the witness. I just can't like put that as a definitive timeline. And I also can't combine that with what Brian Walshe said, right? I'm like, this morning between 4 and 5. Well, was it this morning or was it the Thursday or which day was it, right? So let's bring this over here and once and for all also clarify the freaking days of the week. Hold on 1 second. We got to go to 2023. Okay. We're going to the year 2023. So 2022, December 31st was a Saturday. January 1st was a Sunday. Thursday would be the 5th. So we're not talking about the 29th because New Year's hadn't happened yet. And why would Brian say, if he did that, why would Brian Walshe say Anna's missing and she was supposed to take an Uber on the 29th? Because that's not possible because she was in DC. You know what I mean? She arrived in Boston on the 30th for New Year's Eve. And then the friend came over. Okay, now I did say I could show you Jem Mutlu's interview, but somebody said, there we go. Thank you to Courtlooker for sending me this video. Let's have a look at it. Hold on, I'm gonna bring it over. Okay. Let's just check the sound.
Twist in the...
It's a short video. Okay. Very short video.
Anna Walshe murder case. The owner of the Cohasset home where prosecutors say Walshe was killed is now suing the suspect's mother. Now, prosecutors say that Brian Walshe killed his wife, Anna, in the home back in January of 2023. Now, this new lawsuit gets a little complicated, but let me explain. At the time, the Walshes were renting the home on Chief Justice Highway. Brian Walshe's mother, Diana, was on the original lease. Now, the homeowner says the property was left damaged because of the crime scene investigation. In addition, he claims the alleged crime has made the house impossible to rent and has sunk the property value. Walshe has pleaded not guilty in the case. He's locked up. So again, the lawsuit is actually aimed at his mother. A bizarre twist.
Interesting. Lawsuit aimed at his mother. Okay, okay. So now, let's go here. Let me make sure that I just refresh the court feed so that when they actually come back, we can...
Right, and she says she's...
Stop it. And now, right now, the time is 48. We've got 12 minutes, okay? So I did want to show you a few things. Let's see quickly what I've got here. I want to show you this article here quickly. And in fact, again, I would like to make it a little bit less of the pop-up ads. So hold on one second. Yes, I'm not a robot, even though some people think I'm AI and never sleep. Okay, here we go. So let's look at this one quickly here. And maybe we could watch Jem Mootlu's interview, because I don't know if you've all seen that. That's the guy who was there for the New Year's party, right? So he's going to kill me. Missing Anna Walshe called cops on her husband saying he was going to kill her and her friends in 2014, 1 year before they got married. Missing Massachusetts mother Anna Walshe once called the cops on her husband saying he was threatening to kill her. Oh my. Police reports obtained by Daily Mail show that Anna, a Serbian native, called the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police on Brian Walshe in 2014, saying he made a statement on the telephone that he was going to kill her and her friends. The call came just 1 year before the couple said, "I do," in Serbia. In Serbia? Yeah? Okay, and years before... Did they get married in Serbia? Okay, wait. And years before she was reported missing on New Year's Day 2023. No, she was not reported missing on that day. Stop it. She's reported missing on January 4th, okay? But Brian, 47, is now charged with misleading a police investigation, and it has since been revealed that he Googled how to dispose. See, there's that search. We haven't heard of that much today or yesterday with the Google searches. So, how to dispose of a 115-pound woman's body. I remember them reporting that. I want to see the documents. Maybe after we can FOIA request. I don't think we'll get it now. But of all the Google searches, like what exactly was everything that he searched? Just days before her disappearance. What are they saying? Stop it. So the Massachusetts mom of 3, 39, alleged that on August 2nd of 2014, before the couple married, Walshe made a threat over the phone that he was going to kill her and her friends. The report to Washington, D.C.'s Metro Police does not specify the name Walshe. It identifies the person who made the chilling move as S1, I guess suspect 1, and adds that he now lives in Boston in clear reference to him. Anna made the report to Timothy Jefferson in her previous name of Knip at 6 p.m. She gave her address as this one, public record, okay, Massachusetts Avenue, but then refused to cooperate in the prosecution. The realtor who works for a D.C. real estate firm during the week resided there before her marriage to Brian and living in Cohasset, Massachusetts. She was last seen at that house in the early hours of January 1st when she supposedly took a car to Boston's Logan Airport to fly to D.C. Okay, so, damn, he always had a streak, hey? I mean, he always had a criminal streak by the sounds of everything else he did in his life. But that one is quite hectic as well. Now let's look at this. Okay. And bring this up. Here's the friend who was there for New Year's Eve shame. Let's just hear this.
She became... time he saw her
Let's
in
boost
their
it.
friendship. She became my right arm, and we became we became inseparable. And her family became my family. We're in absolute shock and disbelief as to the whole thing is a tragedy, Julie. The whole thing is a tragedy.
You know, you celebrate that New Year's Eve with like your close people, and you've said that you were family to each other.
She said, Jem, I know you won't go out on New Year's Eve. I know you'll just stay home by yourself, and you know, Brian and I would love to see you. Just come over. Like, if there's anyone we'd love to see, we'd love to have over, it's you. Please come. And so I said, of course. Brian had cooked an elaborate meal for us, and we hugged and celebrated and toasted, and just what you do over New Year's. And there was a lot of looking forward to the new year. Like, there was no indication of anything other than celebrating the new year, like problems on hold, whatever life's problems were. And life always gives us matters and problems and things to deal with, right? That just always is. But the fact that they hadn't, they had been living in separate homes, she was commuting back and forth, she wasn't seeing the children as often as she would have liked. I mean, she loved everybody. She definitely loved her children dearly. And so it was festive. She was texting with friends, and she was sitting next to me at the bar stool and at their kitchen. There was absolutely no indication that any modicum of a tragedy of disappearance or anything else could have happened that night.
When Brian was taken.
Look at him when he was arraigned at first, smiling his ass off. So that's Jem Mutlu, who I would expect to be testifying. Of course, he was there at Anna's house with Brian Walshe on December 31st of 2022, celebrating New Year's Eve. He's Anna's friend. And also, if we just look, I think former boss, because, wait, he has the Mutlu Group in Boston. And so from August of 2020 to February of 2022, she was the director of operations at the Mutlu Group in Boston. So that's her former boss, the owner of their company, and a friend. And they invited him over. And he said like it was festive, jovial. Brian cooked a lovely meal, apparently. Okay. It does seem like he likes to cook, huh? He also made the French toast and all that. Okay. So maybe that he can do. Anyway, because we haven't heard of much he can do, except con people, because he was a pretty good con artist, according to the FBI, right? Oh dear. Okay, so let's hear a little bit more, yeah?
Into custody, were you baffled, or you had feared this? Did you have any feelings before Sunday, or?
I did. Yeah, I did. I went to, I actually found out about her disappearance from Brian on Wednesday morning, mid-morning. I had texted them on Sunday morning, New Year's Day. I didn't hear back because the evening that I was there, Brian had said that he had misplaced his phone.
See that. Pay attention, everyone. The evening that I was there, Brian had said that he'd misplaced his phone. Already on December 31st, he said that? Because he didn't misplace his phone. To me, that sounds like alibi talk that Brian was doing. Like, oh my, I have misplaced my phone. I hope the state focuses on that a little bit. Huh? I hope he testifies to that. Because that's weird. And maybe he misplaced it just for that night or something. But he certainly plugged it in on January 1st and unlocked it multiple times. The state already went over that, right? Jobby, thank you for your $9.99 sticker. Okay, misplaced his phone, December 31st of 2022,
That evening, Brian texted on Monday afternoon, around 2:30-ish, to say something to the effect of, yes, it's been great, it was great to have you, what a trio we are, and, here's to a new year, something to that effect. I didn't hear anything until Wednesday.
Brian Walshe literally texted Jem Mutlu on the 2nd, on the Monday? What? It's like, yeah, what a trio we are. Let's have the best year ever. It was great. So much fun. Oh my word. That is so hectic. Don't you think that's hectic? Because Brian hadn't told anyone else that Anna was missing. And in fact, he's trying to keep up the appearance that she's not until he actually has to say it. Oh man. Shame. This friend must be in hindsight going, what?
Wednesday morning when I was walking on the beach taking a morning walk when Brian called and he sounded off. I said, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? And he said, yeah, but he says, Anna's missing. And that's when I found out. And I said, I was in shock and I was in shock, but it didn't hit me right away. And I said, Anna's missing. She said she had a work, she said that she had a work emergency that morning and then had left off. I think he said that she left in an Uber or that she was supposed to leave in an Uber. But in any case, I said, have you called other people? Have you called the police? Like this is could be serious, and just make sure that the police know. Thursday morning, Brian and I were talking, and he said the Cohasset police may be calling me, the detective, but I didn't wait. I called them. Again, both Anna and Brian have been individually and together very impactful on my life. A part of me had this suspicion all along that there may have been foul play and that somehow the story wasn't adding up. My biggest fear had shifted towards the children.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I still have a modicum of hope that somehow I think you got it.
Oh, shame. Oh my goodness. So that's Jem Mutlu, Anna's friend, who I think we will hear from, right? At some point. Okay, let's just quickly see. The court should be coming back. See, time flies. Time flies when we have these mini lunch breaks, right? Oh my goodness. Because I still wanted to tell you things. So, wait, I want to go here and just look at my little presentation timeline here quickly to go to January 2nd. What was he doing? Court's coming back any minute now. Oh, January 2nd, is that what he was doing? Yeah, look at him. So he Googled how hacksaw, best tool for dismembering a body at 12:45 p.m. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? He was at Home Goods and Home Depot in the afternoon. So Home Goods in the morning, Home Depot in the afternoon, and in between had texted Jem Mutlu to be like, hey, what a great trio we are. New Year's was amazing. Okay, cool. Yeah, found my phone. What? Wow. Okay, so we're going to make a mega timeline at some point. All right. So that's all we have time for now because the court is back in session. Here we go. We'll continue on with we were busy with cross-examination, right? Yeah, of the life insurance guy. What? This is the court TV guy. What is his name again? I like him. Hello, sir. Wait. Let's see if I... Nope. Matt Johnson, there we go. I knew it was Matt, I just wasn't sure on the surname now. Matt Johnson from Court TV, sitting in the courtroom there. I think Brian Enton is also there. There's a couple of reporters there. But generally, the courtroom's actually quite empty, hey? At this trial, it's a bit more empty than we would have thought. There you go, Matt Johnson, hello. It's 2 o'clock Eastern now, lunch break over. Cross-examine continuing of the life insurance guy. Did he make eyes at his mom? Is that what he's doing? Eyebrows at his mother? I don't know. The red handcuffs again. Thank you for the mini lunch that you had with me and for being here watching this trial live with me. I know there's many places you could watch, and I really appreciate you being here with me. I love this community, and I love watching trials with you. Even when, damn, this guy looks so guilty, it's still, you never know. The state has the burden to prove the case, and they've got to prove first-degree murder. There is his mother, Diana Walshe. Can't you see when the camera is pointing her way? Shame. That must be a little uncomfortable, hey? There's no sound yet. Only the sound of me. LVDH said, I need your snark to get through a trial. Well, we all snark together, right? It's always nice. It's definitely not the same, watching a trial alone. That's not the same. Oh, she's got a nice brooch on again. Patton is God said she looks defeated. Yeah, this can't be a comfortable position to be in. Nobody else is there for him. Holly says Diana Walshe is Iranian. I did see your email. Thank you so much. I didn't see too many people asking, but she's apparently, Diana Walshe is Iranian and Dr. Thomas Walshe is of Irish and American descent. Irish ancestry. Somebody from Ireland's going to say, we don't claim him. We do not claim Brian Walshe. Sorry about that. Brian Walshe is 50 years old, 50.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. That was, oh no, it was one of the jurors.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
This is bailiff. I just quickly also want to take a moment to thank all of you who stuck around for that little bit where we rewatched the landlord's testimony. I really appreciate that you were there so we could just clarify that timeline for ourselves a little bit, even though some of it was vague. So thank you so much. If you skipped it, don't worry. Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Let's continue with the day. This court, the judge, finishes at 4 p.m. Eastern every day, which is quite nice, eh?
Stand, sir, you're still under oath.
Hello again.
Hello.
So before the break, I was talking to you again about how you sell policies to individuals and families when it comes to life insurance.
Yes.
So when you're selling to a young married couple, both parties might have life insurance policies.
Yes.
And each of them would be the other one's beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. And when people have kids, then that's another consideration because they want to make sure if something happens to one parent, the other parent and the children are okay.
Yes.
So in your role as a life insurance agent, would you categorize life insurance policies as something that's an investment for the whole family?
Sometimes.
Okay. And in this particular case, am I correct that all 3 children had whole life insurance policies as well?
Yes.
And Anna Walshe was the beneficiary of those?
Yes.
So she would have been the only one who could have taken out a loan against any of those policies?
Yes.
Okay. I was asking you before about how Mr. Walshe had been denied several times for health insurance.
Life insurance.
Life insurance.
Yes, yeah. It's okay. Yes.
Sorry. So you had mentioned that he, or Brian Walshe had, I guess, requested life insurance online and you picked it up as a lead and you reached out to him.
Yes.
And you began applying for life insurance policies for him.
Yes.
When you began applying for life insurance policies for Brian Walshe, Anna Walshe did not apply for any life insurance policies.
Correct.
At some point, Anna Walshe did apply for a life insurance policy, and that was after Mr. Walshe consistently was denied because of his open federal case.
Correct.
How did it come about that Anna Walshe would apply for life insurance?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
It probably was my recommendation.
So it was probably your recommendation that Anna applied because Mr. Walshe was getting denied?
Correct.
Okay. Is it customary, once you sell a policy, I don't know if that's the right term, that you might stay in touch with your clients if they ever have questions in the future about their policies or payouts or any beneficiary questions?
Yes.
So people can email you or call you and say, hey, I have a question about this policy, right?
Yes.
After Anna Walshe and the children were insured in February of 2021, at no point did Mr. Walshe ever email or call you and say, hey, how do I... I'm just being a lady. Okay.
No, I apologize.
Okay.
I'll finish.
At no point did Mr. Walshe ever contact you to ask you about getting paid out on any of Anna Walsh's life insurance policies?
Correct.
Overruled. He can answer
Correct.
that question.
And at no point did Mr. Walshe ever contact you and ask you about taking out any loans or how to take out loans on any of the children's life insurance policies or Anna Walsh's life insurance policies?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Crumbles content.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Davis Gould.
Davis Gould. Now, Stefan, does 10 squats count? Sure, that witness was done too soon, okay? It's only halfway through my 20 squats. The audacity. Tracy Melendez, thank you for being a member for 17 months. You said thank you for all you do, G. Enjoy your coffee use. It's freezing here in Massachusetts, is it? I can only imagine. Thank you so much for the coffees and all your support.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name?
My name is Davis Gould. First name is spelled D-A-V-I-S.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics and Crime Scene Response Units.
All right, sir.
Sir, we want your last name spelled, not your first name. Gould. I don't know. I'm going to look at my little witness list.
Lean right into that microphone, loud, clear voice. Thank you.
Sir, what is your role at the State Police Crime Lab?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2, assigned to the Criminalistics Unit, where I perform lab work for biological analysis on evidence submitted to the laboratory. And I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the Crime Scene Response Unit, and I respond to crime scenes when called upon to assist with investigations.
How long have you been with the Crime Lab?
I've been with the Crime Laboratory for a little over 10 years.
And can you give us your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University with a major of Forensic and Investigative Science and a minor in Biology.
And can you detail your history with the crime lab for us?
I first started working at the crime laboratory in 2015 with the CODIS Collection and Investigative Unit. I was a lab technician. I was at that position for approximately a year and a half until a position opened up in the criminalistics unit, where I joined as a forensic scientist 1. There was about a 1-year-long training period where I went through various modules of training, and upon that completion, I was then promoted to forensic scientist 2, which is when I began working on cases.
And you said the CODIS unit, what is that, sir?
The CODIS unit is a unit at the State Police Crime Laboratory responsible for collecting DNA standards from individuals who are required by Massachusetts general law to supply standards to the state database.
I'm pretty sure at some point they're gonna be like, slow down there, easy, tiger. He's talking so far. I'm like checking, are we on normal speed? I'm even gonna check again. We are on normal speed, okay? Damn.
Now, sir, you've said about, I think you kind of briefly told us that you work for 2 units and the difference, but if you could just help us figure this out. What's the difference between the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response unit?
Sure. So the criminalistics unit exclusively works in the laboratory. We get cases assigned to us by supervisors, and we then perform the necessary biological analysis on those cases based on the information provided to us. The crime scene response unit, everyone in the criminalistics unit is also in the crime scene response unit. That unit performs the same biological analysis and trace collections as well. However, we respond to the physical crime scenes when called upon to collect evidence, to perform testing, and then write reports.
Are you...
Sorry, I'm going to focus now. I'm laughing because I know I'm also a fast talker. Okay. Sometimes I have to be told, just slow down a little bit. I'm like, why? And if I watch the replay, I'm like, oh, I see what I was doing there. And this, I think it's like this, just like, and off we go. Here we go. Okay.
Familiar with competency tests?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what competency tests are?
Competency test is a final test that is conducted at the end of training. In the criminalistics unit, I went through a training period where there were separate modules, where each module is a particular discipline of forensic science. So blood testing, other bodily fluids, trace analysis, etc. And then upon completing each of those modules, there is a final exam at the end called a competency test, of which I passed prior to working on any cases at the laboratory.
So I think you might have answered my question, but you passed your competency tests?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with what's a proficiency test?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what a proficiency test is opposed to a competency test?
The main difference is that a proficiency test is performed periodically in each discipline. So, for example, each year I take 2 proficiency tests in the biological screening field. I take 1 trace proficiency test as well, and that's administered through an exterior company that will send us a test to perform, and I'll perform the necessary test in that discipline and then write a report on my findings.
And sir, have you ever testified giving your opinion concerning evidence collection or analysis or forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
In the crime lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be an accredited crime lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that the laboratory goes through. An outside agency looks at the standards and procedures that we follow, and which are guidelines set by the greater scientific community and forensic community. There is a certificate that is given every 5 years that reasserts that we're accredited and adhering to the standards set forth by that agency.
I would like to ask some questions about January 9th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And at about 2:35 that afternoon, where did you report to?
I reported to the Cohasset Police Department at approximately 2:35.
And why were you at the Cohasset Police Department?
I was requested to process a vehicle involved in an incident in Cohasset.
And was anyone else with you to process this vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Who?
I had a trainee with me at the time from the laboratory. He was going through the training period to become a crime scene responder. There were also members of the crime scene services section to take photographs, as well as members of the State Police Detective Unit.
Your Honor, I'm at this point in my examination, as I start questioning Mr. Gould, I'm going to be referring to a series of pre-marked exhibits that are photographs, starting at number 100 going to 128.
When you say they're pre-marked, are they pre-marked and agreed to by the other side?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when you offer them, identify what they are so there's a complete record of them. But at this time, they'll be moved into evidence 100 through 128.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, sir, I might have neglected to ask, did you pass those proficiency tests?
I've passed every proficiency test to date so far.
So, returning your attention back to January 9th, approximately 2:30 p.m. at the Cohasset Police Station in 2023. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 100, file number 4239, published? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the Volvo I examined on January 9th.
And where is it located, sir?
It's located at the Cohasset Police Department inside their garage.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 101, file number 4250? Sir, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front of the same Volvo that I examined.
Now, how did you conduct an examination of the Volvo that day?
Initially, I did a sketch and diagram as well as take some notes based on the vehicle prior to any analysis. So what it looked like from the exterior before I went inside of it and before I started performing any sort of biological testing. I then gathered information from the investigators on scene that were pertinent to the case so that I could determine what forensic linkages I needed to be looking for, and then proceeded with those biological screening tests at that point.
What was the overall condition of the exterior of the vehicle?
Overall, the exterior was very clean. There was an apparent hair noted in the front passenger exterior door handle.
And what was the overall condition of the interior of the vehicle?
The interior was overall very clean with miscellaneous items throughout most of the vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 102, which is file number 4275? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What did you see in the vehicle as far as child safety seats?
There were two child safety seats, one located in the second row on the passenger side and another seat located in the third row on the driver's side.
Now, sir, what did you observe as far as any staining inside the vehicle?
There were two areas of visible staining that I noted, one being a red-brown stain on the front driver's side visor, and then there was brown stains noted on the front passenger side visor.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 103, which is file number 4283? Sir, directing your attention to the screen, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a photograph of the stain, the red-brown stain on the driver's side visor that I had marked with a ruler and the letter A.
And so you're the person who would put that piece of tape there?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 104, which is file 4286? What is it that we're looking at here, sir?
Similarly, this is a photograph of the brown stains on the front passenger visor that I marked B with the ruler tape.
Now, what did you find as far as gloves on the passenger side of the car?
On the passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, there were two examination-style gloves. In the front passenger door pocket, there were two additional exam-style gloves in a Ziploc bag. And in the center console, there was 16 exam-style gloves inside of the center console.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 105, which is file number 4279? Sir, do you see this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you show us where you found gloves on the passenger side?
Yes, so on the right-hand side of the photograph on the floor, there are the light blue-colored gloves. Those would be the two gloves that I observed on the floor.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 106, which is file number 4258? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is this an image of?
This is the open center console between the front driver and passenger seats with 16 examination-style gloves inside of it.
And he was wearing gloves like that when he was in the Home Depot. Oh my word. So I was thinking, well, maybe they already, I don't know, was it the cops, did they look at it or not, or I don't know. No, I think these are his glovies. Probably some of the things he shoplifted or shopped for.
With the Volvo that afternoon, what were you able to do as far as any testing?
The testing I performed on the Volvo was the blood screening test we use at the laboratory. It is a color-changing test involving 2 chemicals. I'll take a clean swab and apply it to any areas that I'm interested in determining if there is potential blood present. It is a screening test, so it does not confirm the presence of blood. Additional testing would be needed, but the color test allows us to visualize stains that we can't see. So I applied this test throughout multiple areas inside the vehicle, looking for blood that was not visible to the naked eye. When it's negative, the swabs don't change any color after I add the chemicals. If it's positive, it will turn a pinkish violet sort of color after the addition of the chemicals. And prior to performing all of those tests, I made sure that my chemicals were working by using a positive and negative control on those chemicals.
And can you tell us what
Sorry to pause there, but yeah. Let's see that evidence, right? Now, Purple Daisy said, I have a lot of disposable gloves in my car. I use them when I pump gas, get fast food in a drive-through. But that's fine. I don't think anybody thinks like having gloves in the car is sus. It's in the context of this case because he was driving around with his wife's body parts and disposing of them. He was disguising his face with the COVID mask in January of 2023 in Home Depot, wearing a mask and those gloves while buying all sorts of things. I'm going to show you just quickly one more time and then we're going to continue. Just look at this quickly. Are you ready? Wait for it. We're getting to it. Where's that freaking screenshot? Where's the one with the bucket and there you go. There you go. Here it is. Look at him with the glovies. Look at him buying all the sus things. See? So it's always in context. I'm just saying it because some people are like, oh no, but like, what if people think I'm weird because I got gloves in the car? Nobody thinks it. No one thinks you're weird for Google searches, gloves in the car, or whatever it is. He's weird because he dismembered his wife, which he admitted to. He's pleaded guilty to. And he was walking around like this, thinking he's being so smart. They'll never know. They'll never know. They're going to know because they're going to see the surveillance of you like this. And then they're going to see those gloves in the car. And then they're going to know that you used a hatchet, one item at least, to dismember your wife's body. Why? Because they found the hatchet in the trash with her tissue on it and blood and his DNA. You see? So, yeah, just remember, context is the key.
items might trigger a positive that aren't not human blood?
Yes, so there are vegetables such as cauliflower that have a peroxidase reaction, which is the main reaction in our blood screening test. So that is the main sort of reaction we're looking for. So occasionally those vegetables or legumes such as beans, those are examples of items that can have that positive reaction as well that are not blood.
Now, with this test, were there any areas that tested positive?
Yes, there were.
What areas of the Volvo tested positive?
Of all the areas I examined, there were 5 that tested positive for blood screening. One was the front driver side seat controls for the front seat. There was an area on the second row passenger floor mat that tested positive. The third row passenger seat was folded down, and the back side of that screened positive for the presence of blood. And 2 additional areas on the mat that was in the trunk that was covering the trunk storage space. There was 2 mats, 1 area on each of them, test screened positive for the presence of blood. And these were areas that I did not observe any visible staining.
And, sir, how many areas do you think you tested overall in the Volvo?
Overall, I would estimate approximately 40 to 50. I covered a lot of the contact areas, so steering wheels, door controls, the radio controls, handles, door pulls, the floor mats, the brake pedals, and many areas inside of the vehicle.
And so, did you have the opportunity to take any samples from the car?
Yes, I did.
And so, what did you take as far as samples from the Volvo that day?
From the Volvo, I collected the hair I previously mentioned, or the apparent hair that I mentioned from the exterior front passenger door handle. And then each of those 5 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood, I took samples from each of those individually for further testing back at the laboratory.
So, can you walk us through how do you take those samples, like how do you package them up? How does that work?
So the samples are collected with a set of swabs. I'll use a drop or two of clean water and apply it to the swabs. And then I'll take those swabs and go over those areas that screen positive to collect any sample that might be there. And then I'll put each of those samples into a glassine envelope, which then goes into a coin envelope that I'll transport back to the laboratory to be sealed and then stored properly for a further analysis.
How long do you think it took to examine the Volvo and collect the samples?
I would estimate it took me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours.
And after collecting the swabs, did you go back to the crime lab?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
While I was examining the vehicle, I was requested to respond to 300 Forest Street in Peabody, Massachusetts.
What time do you think you got to 300 Forest Street?
I arrived there approximately 8:15 p.m.
And can you describe what 300 Forest Street in Peabody is?
300 Forest Street is a recycle and trash collection center located just off of Route 1.
And what did you see when you got to 300 Forest Street?
Mainly there was a large area where trash had been collected from various neighborhoods and areas, and there was a certain section of trash that had been separated from the larger piles that were there.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 107, HAS 6556? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is the entrance to the Recycle and Trash Collection Center, showing the mounds of garbage that are there.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6564, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108? And do you see this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is a continuation of the interior of the center.
And so the trash that you had the opportunity to see people going through, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 109. Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 109, 6566? Was this mixed in with all the other stuff that we just saw, or is this somewhere else?
I'm unsure. This photo was taken prior to my arrival at the collection site.
Okay. But what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of a separated portion of the garbage in the center.
Now, what did you see as far as people searching or going through the trash that night?
By the time I arrived, the main search had already been done, and there was bags of trash that were beginning to be emptied and inventoried by Crime Scene Services section and the detective unit that was there.
And so what was your role as far as dealing with these bags of trash that other officers were going through?
My main role was to assist with the other units that were present and to sift through the items in those bags to determine what items would be relevant for forensic analysis, and then which units would be responsible for taking those items back to the laboratory afterward.
And so what was the first thing that was done when a bag was opened, if there was some kind of evidentiary analysis that needed to be done on it?
The first thing that I did while the trash was being emptied was I had my notes where I noted the items that were coming out of the bags, and then I worked with the Crime Scene Services section trooper there as well, who photographed those items as they were coming out of the bag as well.
And how many different bags of, is it fair to say that you numbered the bags that you found to have some kind of value to you that night?
The Crime Scene Services section did use placards to denote the bags that they were removing and photographing.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you publish what's previously been marked as Exhibit 51, file number 6810? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
All right, so what's happening in this image that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
This is the contents of one of the trash bags that was separated at the center.
And Ms. Gilman, can you now show us Exhibit 52, file number 6867? So now what are we looking at in relation to that last image, sir?
Since that last photograph was taken, bench paper was put out onto the floor of the collection center in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence that we were collecting at that point.
And so if it went onto a piece of paper like this, was it going to be collected?
Potentially, yes.
And This bag, sir, that we see on the screen for Exhibit 52, did you have the opportunity to know what was inside this bag, Bag 1?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was discovered inside of Bag 1?
Inside of Bag 1 was a pair of green boots, a black jacket with red-brown stains, and a bracelet inside of the pocket. There was a black purse with red-brown stains, a black wallet, and a pair of headphones inside of a case, as well as a pair of socks.
Was anything discovered as far as car keys?
Yes, there was a pair of Volkswagen keys as well.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 110, file number 6869? Is this also the contents of that first bag?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 111, what's been marked as 6870? Are these also the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about another bag that you found or had the opportunity to examine. Was there a trash bag with a designation 2?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of Bag 2?
Inside of Bag 2 were 2 white towels with red-brown stains, as well as a piece of tape with apparent gauze and red-brown stains inside of it.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 112, which is file number 6898?
Oh my word.
Sir.
Trigger warning. This is part of a homicide trial. They're showing exhibits of what they found in the trash. And just remember that he went to Home Goods and bought new white towels. So now we can see why.
Is that one of the towels that was found inside of Bag 2?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 113, file number 6902? Is that the second towel that was found inside the bag, sir?
Correct.
And what's the other items around the towel?
Those are miscellaneous tissues with red-brown stains.
I wonder if this is from when he hurt his thumb. They showed us his thumb. They timestamped that. I think that was yesterday. And he had a cut on his thumb, an injury. So I don't know if that's what this is from. But if I just quickly show you this like this. Let's go like this so that you could just see this towel over here. My goodness. So there were 2 towels in the first one they showed, right? And here there's one. And he went to Home Goods to buy 3 towels, 3 white towels. I mean, dude. Wow. This is hectic. My goodness, okay. As I said, with this, they might as well just have, he might as well have put his own future mugshot in here.
Now, was there a Bag 3?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of Bag 3?
Inside of Bag 3 was a white bathrobe with red-brown stains.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 114, file number 6906? Sir, is this a picture of what was found, the bathrobe and found inside of Bag 3?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there a Bag 4?
There was.
What was discovered inside of Bag 4?
Inside of Bag 4 was a pair of gray slippers with red-brown stains, a pair of dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials, as well as apparent hairs with red-brown stains.
So, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 115, file number 6915. Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to this image, the slippers there, which ones are those in the top of it?
The slippers located at the top are the gray slippers.
And at the bottom, what is there next to the left of the jar?
There is a leather strap wristwatch located as well.
And you had said that there was a second pair of slippers that was recovered from that bag?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 116, file number 6929? Sir, can you tell us where the second pair of slippers is in this photo?
Yes, at the bottom center of the photo, you'll see the dark gray slippers with the red-brown stains and trace material noted on the bottom of one of the slippers.
What is trace material?
Trace material could reference a number of things. In this particular instance, it references the apparent hairs or fibers that I observed on the slippers.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 117, file number 6934? Sir, what is the trace material you saw that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
In the photo on the right-hand side of the overturned slipper, there are the apparent hairs and fibers that I called trace materials located on the right-hand side at the toe end of the slipper.
This is bad. My goodness. Dawn Marie said, getting down to business now. How horrible is this, man? Thanks for covering, G. Justice for honor. Thank you so much. Whoa.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about bag number 5. What did you observe inside of what did you observe produced from bag 5?
Bag number 5 contained pieces of rug with red-brown stains on some of the pieces.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 118, which is file number 6948? Sir, what are we looking at here?
These are pieces of a rug with red-brown stains that I noted on 2 of the pieces.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 119, file number 6944? Sir, where did you see the red-brown staining on the rugs?
On the 2 leftmost pieces, the left piece has red-brown stains in the bottom right corner, and then the one in the center of the photo has red-brown stains on the majority of the piece of rug.
So, sir, after bag 5, did you have the opportunity to see anything produced from a 6th bag?
I did, yes.
What was produced from the 6th bag?
Inside the sixth bag was additional pieces of rug with red-brown staining on those as well.
And besides red-brown staining from of rug, what was discovered as far as a Tyvek suit?
There was a white Tyvek suit discovered in the bag as well, along with a wrapper for a Tyvek suit.
Was anything else discovered as far as a safety goggles or anything like that?
Yes, safety goggles were discovered, as well as additional miscellaneous items.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 120, which is file number 6951? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is an image of the safety goggles and Tyvek suit wrappers that were found in bag number 6.
Can you tell us what?
Which we know he bought at Lowe's. A Tyvek suit, 2 splash-resistant goggles. Oh my word. Of course, this proves the dismemberment, which he pleaded guilty to. So he might still be feeling a little chilled, like they still got to prove the premeditated murder. But like, man, the common sense part of, well, why would you do this, all of this? Why would you do this if your wife died in her sleep? That makes no sense. Nobody's gonna do this. Sure, this is very bad. So, but they do still have to prove first-degree murder.
Tyvek suit is?
A Tyvek suit is typically a piece of personal protective equipment that one would wear in order to protect themselves from anything they might be working with.
Have you ever worn one?
I have, yes.
When would you wear one?
I have worn one specifically during training sessions where there are biological fluids that we are experimenting with.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 121, which is file number 6956? Sir, do you recognize this image?
I do, yes.
What is this an image of?
This is an image showing more of the pieces of the rug.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit number 122, file number 6952? What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
Did you have the opportunity to see the contents of a 7th bag that night?
Yes, I did.
What was inside the 7th, what was produced from the 7th bag?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
You may.
Probably a hatchet.
The 7th bag contained a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a ice pack, a blue flat sheet as well.
And sir, I neglected to ask you about the rug as well. I showed you one image, which was Exhibit 121. So, Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 123, file number 6963? Sir, what is this we're looking at?
This is another piece of the rug from bag number 6 containing red-brown stains with apparent tissue.
And what is apparent tissue? For those of, like, I don't know what that means. It's not like Kleenex, right?
That's correct. Apparent tissue from the forensic perspective is a material that may or may not resemble human skin tissue. In this particular instance, based on my observations, that's what I called it.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, and if we could have Exhibit 124, 6974. And so, sir, does this represent the contents of the 7th bag?
Yes, it does.
And so...
And look at that. Stop and Shop, Lowe's, all the places that he eventually remembered. Oh, yeah, I probably did go to Lowe's. He also Googled it. Okay, he wanted to know where to get a hacksaw, what's the best tool to dismember. Oh, Lowe's, let's go there. On January 1st. Stop and Shop. My goodness. I can't wait for the jury, because that jury doesn't know that whole timeline yet. They haven't seen, they don't know. Or everywhere he went on January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They don't know yet, but they're going to know. They're first seeing this and going like, oh my word. And when they see that footage from Lowe's, from Home Depot, from Home Goods, from TJ Maxx, ooh, it's all going to click like, wait, what? Yeah.
In the upper center, what is that brown bottle?
It is a bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
And the cut up like labels off to the side, did you note what those were for?
I didn't note what they specifically were for. I grouped them under the miscellaneous items that were in this bag.
And now, sir, did you have the opportunity to see an 8th bag in the contents produced from it?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 125, which is HAS 7002? Sir, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the contents of bag number 8.
And what was produced from bag number 8?
Bag number 8 contained a hammer, a pair of wire snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw with red-brown stains on it.
And what are wire...
Oh, my word. Also packaged like a dumbass, you know what I mean? Like, they can go through each bag. It's like, okay, so there's bag 1 with all of Anna's clothing, her car keys, lipstick, you know, COVID-19 card, all of that. All right, bag 2. Now we get to the white towels. Bag 3, a white bathrobe. Bag 4, gray slippers and dark gray slippers with that hair on. Bag 5, rugs with staining. Bag 6, oh my, now we've got the Tyvek suit. We've got the little Dexter bag. Okay, cool, on the rug. Bag 7, hydrogen peroxide and ice pack and blue flat sheet. And here we go to bag 8, tools, dismemberment tools. It's making me angry now. All the crap that he had freaking Googled. And then got in the car to be like, let me go buy those things. But let's go close to Mama's house because I'm going to buy it there instead of where I live. Because, you know, they'll never know. I was just visiting my mother. I'm a very nice boy. Mm-hmm.
Snips, and then what are shears?
They're sharpened tools that can be used to cut an item of interest.
So which one of those two objects is snips and which one is a shear?
The shears are located on the right-hand side of the photo. The snips are located in the center between the hacksaw and the hatchet.
Now, sir, I want to ask you about bag 10. Skip it. What was recovered from the 10th bag?
The 10th bag contained a large piece of tarp that was taped together, so multiple pieces were taped together to form a larger tarp.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 126? Is this what the 10th bag looked like, sir?
Prior to opening the contents, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 127? What is it we're looking at here in 127, sir?
This is a photograph of protective booties that are worn over the bottoms of shoes.
And where were those recovered from, sir?
Those were also recovered in bag 10 once the contents were emptied.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been previously marked as Exhibit 50, file number 7029? What is this, sir?
This is a photograph of the tarp from bag number 10 as it was being unfurled from the bag.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 128, file number 7035? What is this image of, sir?
This is an image of additional items from bag number 10, one of them being an apparent piece of insulation and then some scraps from containers.
So, sir, what was done with all of these items?
The items that were taken out of all the bags, we discussed amongst the crime scene services section, detective unit, and myself, which items would be going to which units first for analysis. Items of evidence that would be going straight to the criminalistics unit for analysis, I would be collecting. Items that would be analyzed for potential prints would be going with the crime scene services section, and state police detective unit would be responsible for the remaining items.
So, what items, well, at this point in time, I'd like to ask you something, sir. Are you familiar with what's called the LIMS system for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the LIMS system is?
LIMS stands for the Laboratory Information Management System. It is a software program that we utilize in order to track items of evidence that have been submitted to the laboratory and then their chain of custody history as they move throughout the laboratory.
And so after you had the opportunity to collect items that night, where did you go?
At that point, I left the facility and went to the laboratory in Danvers and submitted items of evidence there under lab number 23-00596.
So that number, that's for the overall case that you're assigned to at this point in time, right?
That's correct.
So what happens as far as when you make a submission of a piece of evidence into the LIMS system?
Once the evidence has been submitted into the Laboratory Information Management System, I then make assignments for myself to write a report based on what I collected from that scene, as well as assignments for the criminalistics unit for any items that need to be analyzed in the criminalistics unit as well. Every item is then appropriately packaged and or dried if it's wet, and then eventually transported to the appropriate storage facility.
And so I'd like to ask you about some of the LIMS numbers that you were able to assign objects that you entered into the evidence. Your Honor, if it may be with the court's approval and with no objection from defense, would he be able to refer to his report during this portion?
Any objection?
No objection.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No wonder this guy was so enthusiastic, this forensic scientist. All right, don't worry, everyone. Here we go. Buckle up with the evidence that we found. I'm so grateful they found this evidence because Brian Walshe threw away a lot more, including Anna's entire body, which they never found. Because those dumpsters that he went to, that trash was incinerated. But this, this is very, very hectic, right? I'm so glad they were able to get it.
Sir, what item number under LIMS did the swabs from the driver's seat controls get?
Those swabs were given item number 9-1, 9 referring to the submission and 1 being the first item under that submission.
And what item number did the swabs from the rear passenger seat floor mat get?
The rear passenger side floor mat was given 9-2.
What LIMS number did the swabs from the rear passenger third row seat get?
9-3.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 1?
Trunk mat 1 was 9-4.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 2?
9-5.
What was the item number for the swabs from the red-brown stain with the letter A?
9-6.
What was the item number for the hair sample you got from the door of the Volvo?
9-7.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs for the gloves, what was the LIMS number for the gloves from the floor?
From the front passenger floor, it was 9-8.
And what was the limbs number for the Ziploc bag in the passenger door pocket?
9-9.
And what was the limbs number for the gloves in the center console?
9-10.
Now, did you seize any Band-Aids from the floor of that vehicle?
I seized 2 Band-Aids from the center console of the vehicle, yes.
And what limbs number did they get?
Those were given item 9-11.
Now, directing your attention to the items from 300 Forest Street, what was the limbs number for the black jacket from bag number 1?
9-12.
And what was the limbs number for the bracelet from the left pocket of that jacket?
9-13.
What was the limbs number for the black purse in bag 1?
9-14.
And what was the number for the black wallet from bag 1?
9-15.
What number did the pair of boots get from bag 1?
9-16.
What item number did the Volkswagen keys get?
9-17.
And what limbs number did the headphones, did you find headphones that night?
There were headphones inside of a case, yes.
And what number did they get?
They were 9-18.
What item number did referring to bag 2, what did you discover as far as any gauze?
Inside of bag 2 was a piece of tape that had gauze inside of the tape. So the non-adhesive side was on the exterior, and then the gauze was on the interior of that tape, and the gauze appeared to be red-brown stained.
And what was the item number that you gave to the tape with the gauze and the red-brown stain?
9-20.
And regarding the wipes that you found from bag 2, what was the item number they got?
They were 9-21.
And the towel.
I think they're going through all the numbers like this because they'll probably show us a list and all the DNA contributors, which will be Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe as a contributor based on documents that are already public. I'm sure they're going to show the jury that any minute, right? We are 1-872 said, this is devastating. I know, right? Thank you for your New Zealand dollars.
Towels that were retrieved from bag 2, what numbers did they get?
The white towel, one of them was 9-22, and the other was 9-23.
What about the bathrobe from bag 3? What limbs number did that get?
The white bathrobe with red-brown stains was 9-24.
And the watch that was in bag 4?
9-25.
Sir, what about the gray slippers with red-brown stains from bag 4? What limbs number did they get?
Gray slippers were 9-26.
And then there was a second pair of slippers. Were they the dark gray slippers?
That's correct.
All right, so what did the dark gray slippers with trace material get as a limbs number?
9-27.
And was there any hair samples recovered from bag 4?
Yes, there was.
What was recovered as far as a hair sample?
There was apparent hairs with red-brown stains that were not on the slippers. They were just loose inside of the bag. I collected those as well.
And what item number did they get?
They were given 9-28.
And any wipes recovered from bag 4?
Yes, correct.
And what did they get for an item number?
9-29.
And in the images from that bag, was there a sponge?
There was, yes, a sponge with a wipe stuffed into it.
And what item number did that get?
That was given number 9-30.
And was anything retrieved as far as cuttings, or I shouldn't say that, what was the item number given to the pieces of rug from bag 5?
From bag number 5, I took a cutting myself from the red-brown stains that were seen on those pieces of rug. That cutting was given 9-31.
What item number did the Tyvek suit get?
9-32.
And in bag 6, What number did the hand towel get?
9-33.
So, sir, now I'd like to show you some of these objects. And before I do,
Oh my.
do you have any gloves with you?
I do, yes.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar. Okay. Yo, you're covering your mouth now, Brian Walsh. Shocked at your own. Wow, they found all that. They did. Yes, they did. You're going down. I'll whop. You hear that? Are your ears burning? I'm talking to him, by the way. I'm sure you guys know that. Maybe someone thinks I'm shouting at them. If they're watching me on TV, why is she shouting at me like that? You, Brian Walsh. With those disgusting hands that did this stuff. What we just saw, oh my word. You did all that, bro. You even pleaded guilty to it. Now they're going to show items. Thinking hard, are we? Yeah, how am I going to get out of this one? You're not. You're not going to get out of this one. Sure. Yep, they're gonna... Yeah, you should be stressed. Look at him. It's definitely stressed today. Busted. I wonder how the jury's looking at him. Like... If I was on the jury, that's how I'd be looking at him. Bro. And they don't even know everything yet. They don't know the whole timeline. Wait till they see him at Lowe's buying those items. Home Depot, Home Goods, Stop and Shop, CVS, TJ Maxx. Look at him. Stress fingers are going. Never gonna Google that again. Well, I hope not. Okay, go forward. Yeah. He's just worried the whole time, clearly.
Going to be a ping pong ball. I'm just going to be walking back and forth to grab certain objects. And I apologize if I appear to be a ping pong ball, but I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to do it.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And for the court reporter, I'll keep my voice up.
And for us. Look at all these bags.
Sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you an item that's in a bag. I'm going to ask if you recognize the bag and open it up. I'm not going to ask you to produce anything from the bag, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. So the first item I'm handing you is a manila envelope. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it, sir?
This is a manila envelope containing the COVID card of Anna Walsh that I recovered from the scene.
Can you open that envelope and determine if that object is inside of it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would seek to have this envelope marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is it 129 we're at?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
The COVID card will be, or the exhibit with pouch that contains the COVID card is now in evidence as 129. Jurors, I do expect that there's going to be a series, and based on what we're consulting with at the side of the bench, there's going to be a series of bags of evidence that are going to, the Commonwealth's going to move in to evidence. And those bags, to the extent that they are admitted as evidence, will go back with you in the jury room for you to examine as unique during your deliberations. But it's my understanding that they're going to stay in the bags right now. And when they go back with you, you'll have proper gloves, just like the witness now has. All right? Thank you.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bag of keys and headphones that I recovered at the scene.
Could you open it and confirm those items are inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the keys and headphones marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which I believe is 130.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 130, the Volvo keys and the headphones.
Let's see. We're only like 4 minutes behind, so we can't catch up on much here. A little bit. We can go a little bit faster.
Sir, I'm showing you I'm producing a bag to you. If you could tell us if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a bag of the black jacket with red-brown stains, a pair of socks and bracelet from bag number 1 at the collection site in Peabody.
Could you open that up and confirm that those items are inside of it?
Peabody. You know, whenever we reach this point in a trial, you know who I think of? Do you also think of this person? Tell me. District Attorney Ray Tierney. I had the opportunity to interview him. He's the district attorney prosecuting the Long Island serial killer case, alleged Long Island serial killer Rex Heuermann. And I had the opportunity to interview him, and he was like, doesn't like watching trials like online because like, oh man, just like everything going into evidence. One item after the other. And every time we get here, I just think of what he said, just like, here we are. Okay, we're listening to the baggies. They're admitting this all into evidence, which will go back with the jury, of course.
I can see the black jacket. However, without removing it, there's nothing I can see that might be underneath it.
Okay. So for today's purposes, that bag with the black jacket, I would seek to mark as the next exhibit, Your Honor, without having to move the jacket around and go underneath any objects inside it.
What's the outside labeling say? Black jacket, bracelet, and what else?
Pair of black socks, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The contents of that packet, which has on the outside of it black jacket, bracelet, and black socks, is now in evidence as 131.
By the way, if you want to watch any of the interviews that I've done with special guests like that, district attorneys, there's a few that I've interviewed, which is pretty cool, canine handlers, forensic experts, you could just go to the playlist called Interviews Special Guest Join Us at Grizzly True Crime. I made a playlist for us, right? Twiggy, James said all this evidence is not proving that he murdered her. Not yet, this isn't. This is about what he did after that. And I just can't imagine anyone but a killer doing this. You have to be so depraved to be able to do what he did. And his explanation makes no sense. So to me, the only logical conclusion is that he murdered her. But yes, they still have to prove that. And we're only on day 3.
Sir, I'm producing another bag to you. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag marked as purse and wallet from bag number 1.
Could you open that bag and confirm the first wallet?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
The purse and the black wallet, both black purse and black wallet, are now in evidence as 132. Thank you.
Sir, I'm handing you a bag and I ask you what's inside.
Yes, I do.
What's inside that bag, sir?
A pair of green boots recovered from bag number 1.
And sir, what is the outside of the bag say?
The outside of the bag reads green boots, bag number 1, with my initials, my trainee's initials, and the date.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
The bag with the green boots is now in evidence as Exhibit 133.
kid for?
Sir, you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a brown paper bag containing a bracelet.
Can you open the bag and confirm the bracelet's inside?
Yes, there's a bracelet inside.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The bracelet is now in evidence in its bag as 134.
Sir, I'm handing you this first bag. May I ask if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a bag marked white towel number 1 from bag number 2 at the Peabody collection facility.
And that's one of the 2 white towels you bagged up that night and took back to the crime lab?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you open it and make sure the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this bag and the white towel marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection?
White towel number 1 from bag 2 is now in evidence as Exhibit 135.
I'm handing you another bag, sir.
This bag is marked white towel number 2.
And does that look like the second bag for a white towel that you bagged that night?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you open and confirm the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this marked in the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The white towel number 2 from bag number 2 is now in evidence as 136. Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, a little sidebar. Look at him all worried again. I just have endless snark for him, of course. Why? Why? Why did you even take this to trial, dumbass? Yeah, LJ3075 said he already pleaded guilty to everything except the murder. Yeah, he pleaded guilty to improper conveyance of a human body and misleading a police investigation. And so here he is on trial for first-degree murder. Why the heck? Why would he ever think, oh no, my wife died suddenly in the bed. You know what I should do? Dismember her. What? That's crazy. No one's gonna think like that but a killer. Okay.
Sir. I'm producing another bag to you. I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that bag, sir?
This bag contains a white bathrobe with red-brown stains that I recovered from bag number 3.
Could you open that bag and confirm that the bathrobe is inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the bathrobe marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
The bathrobe from bag number 3 is now in evidence as Exhibit 137.
Sir, what's this bag that I'm handing you?
This is a bag of the dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials.
Could you open the bag and confirm the slippers are inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the dark gray slippers marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That's also from bag number 3, or is that?
This would be from bag number
That's
4.
bag 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The dark gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as 138.
Gould. Recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This bag contains the leather strap watch from bag number 4.
And could you open confirm the watch inside?
That's a Hermes watch.
Yes, it is.
I've seen wearing
The Commonwealth
so
will
many
seek to
pictures.
have the next bag as the watch from bag number 4 as the next exhibit.
Any
On her social
objection?
media.
No objection.
The leather strap.
On her Instagram page, she's seen wearing that watch a lot. And the jewelry that was found.
Strap watch from bag 4 is now in evidence as 139.
So you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a bag containing apparent hairs with red-brown stains from bag number 4.
Could you open the bag and confirm that the items inside?
This one's still sealed.
Oh, you didn't get them all?
Yeah, can't quite get it all. Might need new gloves as well.
So your gloves have opened. For the record, I brought you a new set, so and why don't I take yours?
Thank you.
You good?
Good.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, they're inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag with apparent hairs with red brown stain marked as an exhibit, Your Honor.
No
Any objection?
No objection.
The hair from bag number 4 is in evidence as 140.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a pair of slippers with red-brown stains from bag number 4.
So those are the light gray slippers?
That's correct.
Can you open the first slippers inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag marked as exhibit 141, pair of slippers from bag number 4.
No objection.
Thank you. The bags, light gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as exhibit 141.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag containing the sponge with a wipe through it.
Could you open and confirm the sponges inside?
Yes, it is.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as an exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Is that from bag 4, or are we now moved on to bag 5?
We are on bag 4, Your Honor.
Okay. The sponge from bag number 4 is now in evidence as exhibit 142.
It must always be so hectic for the defendant, the criminal, to be sitting there. They did not expect all of this, you know, they thought they threw it away and that was it. But here it is, 2 years later in the courtroom, right there in those baggies. All this evidence against him, right? Oh my word.
Sir, do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that bag?
This is a bag containing the Tyvek suit recovered from bag number 6.
Could you open and confirm the Tyvek suits inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this next bag, Your Honor, mark this next exhibit, Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
No objection.
Thank you.
Can we have the defendant putting that Tyvek suit on? Guilty. Ramumar, thank you so much for your $1.99 sticker. I really appreciate that.
Now in evidence says 143 is the Tyvek suit from bag 6.
Mr. Gould? You recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This bag contains the hand towel with red-brown stains from bag number 6.
Can you open it and confirm it's inside?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is hand towel with red-brown stains from bag number 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
Hand towel from bag 6 is now in evidence as 144.
I just want to say, I want to add to Ramumar. Not only do I appreciate it, I'm sure everybody appreciates your sticker. It's because of support like that that I have no ads on these long trial days. No, we do not want ads every 6 minutes. Who wants that? So I turn those off. Even though YouTube's constantly telling me, turn it on, put it back on. I'm like, I don't want to. I will override all of that because of your support. So thank you so much. Thank you, Robin Collins, for your $20 sticker. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure everyone else does too.
And that would give it 144.
I'm getting there.
You want me to have a moment?
Yes?
Hot mic. Anything? Anything else? Nothing else. Okay. For now. Thank you, Robin.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Cross?
Oh boy, here we go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry about that.
Said sorry about that. Well, I believe he said, my apologies, sorry about that. But obviously I hear, sorry about that. My bad, ready for cross-examination. What's the time locally? Right now, local time is 3:20. They usually wrap it up by 4 p.m. Let's see how this goes.
If I just call you Mr. Gould, do you have a comment?
Mr. Gould's fine.
So you told us as you began your testimony that when you went to the scene of the where all the trash and everything was, that there was people were collecting bags. At one point, you had to then take out some of the evidence and put it on the paper to quote preserve the integrity of the evidence.
Yes.
And when we talk about preserve the integrity of the evidence, what we're trying to do is, what all of you are trying to do is make sure that you keep it in the same condition that it was in when you found it, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Now, do you know anything about a trash compactor that was taken to that area before you arrived?
I don't know any specifics about a trash compactor, no.
So can you tell the jury, if you have any information, that some of this evidence has been introduced that was taken out of a dumpster there, that it had first been in a compactor and then transferred to the dumpster, or you just don't know?
I do not know.
That's fine, they're doing their job, but sir, those were Anna's clothes, her car keys, her COVID-19 card, and we'll find out later, DNA was on all the items in these bags, Anna's and Brian Walshe's. Whoa, thank you, Katerina Scarcella, did I say that right? And Italian Princess for your stickers as well.
When you talk about the integrity of the evidence, it also includes trying to preserve the fact, as best you can, of how a particular item that was stained is not stained by another item. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
So when you're handling this evidence that you're collecting, you're really taking care not to have one item touch another item, because you don't want a transfer between biological evidence between item 1 and item 2, correct?
Correct, to the best of my ability, yes.
Sure. And in this case, and in the collection of this evidence, it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Gould, that you have no way of knowing before you were able to begin your examination of these items at the scene how they had come into contact with each other, either within a bag or just being pulled out by people before you arrived.
Before I arrived, correct.
And there is such a thing in your expertise in forensics that includes characterization of transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That is within the realm of our responsibilities, yes.
And what that simply means is that one item that has some either biological evidence or something else, if it comes into contact with another item, it can transfer that to the other item. So item A that may have had a red-brown stain on it might transfer some of that red-brown stain to item B, whereas before, item B never had a red-brown stain.
That's correct, and the term we would use for that is called low cards exchange principle.
And that would include, for instance, if you were looking at a pair of slippers like we have in this case, and you see in one of the photographs that there looks to be apparent hairs attached to the slippers, it could very well be that those hairs that are seen attached to the slipper, they could have transferred to that slipper because they were already in the bag or they came into contact with something else.
Absolutely, yes.
And so it's fair to say then that when you're out there very careful, and with all the training and experience you have, there's no way for you to be able to tell a jury, with regards to this specific case, how exactly some of this red-brown stain or biological evidence actually came to be on any piece of evidence.
Correct. I cannot say the manner of deposition. I can only confirm its presence.
And so it's fair to say, isn't it, that there could very well be some of this evidence that now, when you look upon it, it has a red-brown stain on it. That red-brown stain may not have been on that piece of evidence when it was, in fact, initially placed into, for example, a black bag.
That's possible, yes.
It's kind of weird questioning because Brian Walshe pleaded guilty to dismembering his wife, so obviously there's going to be red, brown stains everywhere on all the items. It's not like saying she suddenly died in bed and that's it. He's pleaded guilty to all the rest, right? So does that really matter? Unless Brian Walshe actually stabbed Anna, and that's what the staining on the carpet is from, and maybe that would be why the defense is saying, ooh, but it could have been from anything, right? It could have been transfer from things, right, in the bag. It could have been other items that had, Yeah, okay.
The photographs that were introduced of the scene where you went with all that trash and garbage, it's fair to say that a lot of that trash and garbage had absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
How did you differentiate at the scene what applied to this case and what didn't apply to this case?
Mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
And we saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was in fact damp.
I can't recall exactly the conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of terrible question, I apologize. It's fair to say that you have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you robbed.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted into evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of those physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, do we call it, what do we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then, after you collected these items, you then transported them or caused them to be transported to the lab at the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And I thought I heard you testify that you had them transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
Yes. 3:30 in the afternoon. Ooh, thank you, Kathy K, for the 3 delicious coffees. Coffees are also a source of support. PayPal, things like that, so that there's no ads. No sponsors either. I say no to all that because of the community support. So I'm able to, which is nice, right? We don't have to watch ads. Oh, he's looking pitiful, 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 spineless creature. Look at you. Bad day for you, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you rub those eyebrows, you stress ball. A sick, I don't want to say man, creature. Stole from your own family, millions apparently. Wrecked your dad's house after he died. Faked that you were the executor of his will. Committed art fraud worldwide. FBI involvement, And then allegedly murdered your wife and now come here saying, no, she just died in her sleep and then I just decided to dismember her. Okay. Copper Horse says, poor dear Anna, what he did to her. So hectic, right? Yeah, kindness is a superpower. Says that's for the red-brown transferring. It would have to originate from somewhere. It wouldn't just appear in the bag without a source. Yeah. Maybe it's from the floor of the building. Until you bring in the DNA evidence. Oh dear. Yeah, Joe Hoffman, let's inspire him. Give up, Brian. Just change your plea to guilty. Yeah, do it now. You could do it. You could stand up right now and say, Your Honor, I change my plea. I'm guilty. Okay, let's go forward slightly. Estelle says he has really been washing those little hands like Lady Macbeth. Thank you, E. Barrios, for coffee.
So jurors, I'm going to send you on your way today, and I was talking with the lawyers just now about what the schedule is for the rest of the week. Because I'd like to let you know, because I know I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice you're making to be here to serve as jurors in this case. So here's the rest of the week. I expect tomorrow will be a full day, 9 to 4. And then on Friday, I think I told many of you during impanelment, it seems like a long time ago, so you may not remember, that my plan always was to go 9 to 1 while the evidence was presented on Fridays. And that's frankly just for your own education, to let me continue with the other cases that are in this session. So I see them on Friday afternoon when I have a longer case. So that's what I'm going to be doing Friday afternoon. But what it means for you is our day on Friday will likely be just 9 to 1. All right? So you have a layout. Parties tell me so far we're right on schedule, maybe a little ahead of schedule. So I try to keep you informed because, again, I know the sacrifice you're making. Have a good night, but before you leave, I remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence. Well, have a good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow ready to work.
All rise for the court, please. With the notebooks. Follow me.
Wow, so Friday's only 9 to 1. Okay. Tomorrow, full day. Full day. Look how worried he looks. Look how he's looking at the jury. Please, don't think badly of me. He's trying to read the room now. What are they thinking? Terrible things about you, probably. Mary T said your hard work is very much appreciated. Thank you for being a member for 39 months.
You may be seated. Madam Clerk. Circling back to a couple of things we spoke about earlier today. So the Commonwealth's motion with regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night. And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written. I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is, I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in, of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case, that they may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict. So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawing, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, then I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and again, no fault of the parties. You may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now whether A, you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts, and if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right. So let me see if I made myself another note. When's the Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? The reduced FASTO text messages?
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth. In my position, and I alerted the Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages, that my preference is the whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in full.
Okay. So relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context of all the messages
is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
It's strategic, it's relevance, it gives a full context. I think otherwise you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible.
All
So
right.
it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself, and I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right? Anything,
The judge is so humble. You know the case, Judge. You knew the binder better than the defense attorneys yesterday. Come on.
those are the two things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. First, go to the Commonwealth, and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with names and images of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with.
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right, so particularly of the third parties, the minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But you're not suggesting that the photo, or maybe you are suggesting that the photo that Anna Walshe sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third-party minor children.
Okay, all right, that seems appropriate. Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing else from the Commonwealth.
For the defense, anything you want to raise with the court?
I think what everyone wants to research and get an answer to is the 1020 max that we were discussing at sidebar. Which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed, but I haven't had a chance to read it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
Yeah, my apologies.
Okay, everyone. So jury's gone home. Brian Walshe is going back to jail now for the night. My goodness. So tomorrow will be a full day from 9 to 4 and Eastern Time, Massachusetts time, and then Friday 9 to 1. Short day on Friday, okay. Beth said, is Brian Walshe testifying? We don't know yet. We never know until the defense's case is presented and then the judge asks them, you know. Even if they indicate like Donna Edelson, oh, I'm going to testify. Yeah, but then the moment came and you not only delayed everything over and over again till Judge Everett said, you must choose, remember? But ultimately, no matter what they indicate before, we will only ever know if a defendant will testify when the moment arrives after the state has rested their case. You know, are you or are you not Brian Walshe going to testify?
Many of those abuse cases.
Stop it. Sorry, I just went, it redirected somewhere else. Okay, so anyway, now we're going to redirect to day 4. I will also be doing the timestamps for you, and I'll also make a little trailer for you on the next day's live stream. So day 4 will have day 3's little recap. I'm going to film that for you now. I'm going to do timestamps and all of that. So I will see you tomorrow. If you have your autoplay, you know, turned on, you'll get automatically redirected. You can stay and chat until the outro is finished, and you'll go there. If you don't have that toggled on, then you must click on the link and go there as soon as you see it, I guess. Go there and click notify me, and I'll see you tomorrow. Dee Dee said, good morning, replay crew. This is our hard work on this. Gee, thank you so much for being a member for 15 months. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone, for all your support, for spending the day with me. Today was quite intense. There was some evidence we saw from those trash bags. So make sure you look after your mental health. Have a good afternoon, evening, whatever it is, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to start for now, but 15 minutes after the court feed starts, okay? Just for mini teleporting, a little bit of defluffing, okay? I'll see you there.